A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
There she is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does, that new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line, bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs.
I saw her myself.
Not Mrs. Jones. Well, I can't imagine such a thing.
Well, I was there, and I actually saw her. She washed that lovely rayon slip with the same soap she used for her dirtiest kitchen towels.
Not really.
Yes. In fact, she used this New Does for everything in her wash.
New Does?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of soap is that?
It's a new kind of granulated soap. Procter & Gamble's putting it out. And Mrs. Jones says this New does all three kinds of wash. Work shirts, towels, right down to rayon undies.
Well, I never. Well, what did her clothes look like when she hung them out?
Well, I must say everything looked all right. Her rayon slips were soft and nice. The work shirts were bright and clean. And her towels, well, they were just dazzling white.
Say, I guess Mrs. Jones isn't so dumb. If Does can do all that, why are we still using those old-fashioned soaps?
Yes, why put up with old-fashioned granulated soaps when New Does is here? It brings you real whiteness, plus extra safety for your rayons and nicer colored washables. In fact, you'll get lots more wear out of those colored things by using this new kind of soap. Because with Does, their colors stay bright and wearable far longer than with any of the four other leading granulated soaps. And you know, this extra color care is important in wartime when such clothes will be hard to replace. Yet you can count on this same Does to get your towels and linens really white. Honestly, you've never seen whiter washes. And there's no hard scrubbing either. Actually, no soap made gets clothes white easier than Does. Just try it. You'll see Does is not just a new improvement of an old soap, but a really new kind of granulated soap. Look for Does, D-U-Z, today. It does everything in your wash. And now the Goldbergs. Ready to leave for the Army, along with all the others, Sammy found himself winding up his personal affairs. One of the most personal of all was Emma, the girl who worked for the Goldbergs and who worked on Sammy at the same time. For a long time, Sammy has been filled with contradictory feelings toward her, but finally, under his friend Mikey's influence, he asked Emma to leave, for a while at least, and Emma refused to go. It didn't seem too important to Sammy at this point, what with his other immediate plans, and Emma took advantage of this to imply to Mikey that there were good and sufficient reasons why she has to remain with the Goldbergs. And now Sammy has passed from amazement through shock, humiliation, anguish, to anger. The rage is burning and boiling, but he tries to keep his voice level as his mother speaks to him.
Emma!
Emma, Sammy wants to talk to you. Sammy, what do you want, Emma?
I want to speak to her, Ma.
She's coming down. You're mad about something, Sammy?
No.
Emma did something wrong, Sammy?
No, Ma.
All right, darling. I'm asking too many questions, Sammy.
No.
All right, darling. You didn't want Emma to pack your valise? Everybody wants to do something for you, Sammy. Everybody. Now you don't have to be mad at Emma. Now you know that Mikey and Emma, never meant anything, I mean, so why do you... It was never something, huh, Sammy? I mean, between Mikey and Emma?
No, Ma.
I'm only asking because Mary Foote, I was wondering why Bruce Hanley never telephoned to Emma twice after once calling. So you know, Mama. So I asked Mary Foote to interrogate Bruce and ask why. So she asked Bruce why, and he said Emma said she loved somebody else. Maybe her heart is broken for somebody far away. Who knows what's in somebody's heart, huh, Sammy?
That's right, Ma.
Yes, dear darling?
What do you want, Emma? Sammy?
He wants to talk to her.
She told me to tell you she's busy. Something special, Sammy?
No, Pa.
When is the tailor bringing Sammy's suit?
Soon, he said, Jay, dear, soon, but I have to go for it.
No, so how is he bringing it if you have to go for it?
No special deliveries, Jay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Beautiful day. Where's Mikey?
Mikey, he's with Rosalie, no?
Who is going for Sammy's suit?
I'll go because I have to go up street anyway, up street.
When are you going to say goodbye to everybody, Sammy?
There's time, Pa.
You want to accompany me, Jake?
I'll go, but I wouldn't accompany you. I have to stop off at the mill.
All right. Can you come for a walk a spell?
I'll walk a spell.
Go, walk a spell.
So come, Molly, come.
Sammy, you want to walk a spell?
No, Ma.
Where are you going?
I'm going upstairs.
Emma's upstairs, Sammy.
Yes, I know.
Emma did something wrong again?
Come, Jake, we'll be back soon.
Mama will be back soon, Sammy.
David.
Molly, if you wouldn't ask so many questions.
All right. I wanted to ask an interrogation, some question. You're staying, David?
Yes, Molly, I'm staying.
Mikey?
Where are you going?
Up street. Where's Rosalie?
She stopped off at Martha's.
Oh, Mikey. What's the matter with Sammy?
Molly, will you cease, please?
He's mad at Emma for something.
Molly.
I'm coming. If it's something, Mikey.
Molly.
Why shouldn't I know why?
Molly, the tailor will be closed.
The tailor will be closed,
I'm
Molly.
coming. The tailor wouldn't be closed. It keeps overtime also.
Why isn't Emma leaving here already before Molly knows what was why? Why must
She will, Uncle David. It's all right.
You told Sammy what Emma said? What's that?
Gee. Gee, they'll hear them all over the village.
Wait a minute, will you?
That's enough, Emma. That's enough. Sammy's going into the army, but why do you have to stay here? For what? For what?
All right. Wait a minute. Don't worry about me.
Uncle David, will you come in here, please?
I'm coming without us, please. Please, Uncle David, please. I'm too young to know something. I'm too young.
Did you think Mikey wouldn't tell me what you said?
Mikey would say even more than I
He
said.
said exactly what you wanted him to think. That you wouldn't leave here.
Because I love you.
No, that isn't what you said.
I said I can't leave. What else could I mean but that I love you?
You meant that...
Nothing. I would rather the whole world would think badly of me than you.
Then why did you say such a thing to him? Why?
Mikey thinks whatever I say is wrong.
You wanted him to think.
No, Sam.
Well, why do you want to stay? You love me, all right, but I won't be here. Why do you want to stay?
For me, you'll be here. Let me only stay until I can go for myself. I don't want to be thrown out. It would be something.
Well, I'm asking you.
No, Sam. I'm not as bad as Mikey says. If you want to be liked and loved, is that a crime, Sammy? You don't know what it means to be lonely. Lonesome. Alone.
You could never know what it means, Sammy. You have your mother, father, and Uncle David. I feel for the first time that I belong to somebody. Must you take that away from me? I'm asking for nothing more. You don't have to love me. I'm not asking for that.
I don't love you. I can say that now, and I know I mean it.
All right. Then you don't love me. That should make it easier for you to say that I can stay, Sammy.
You've made up your mind not to go anyway, so...
I want you to say it, Sammy.
Say what?
You said you don't love me, so you can say that I can stay. If you don't hate me, tell me I can stay. Your mother will never know anything.
Know what?
Please. That I love you. She won't know. I've never said anything, have I?
Oh, please. Please, Emma.
You don't have to love me to kiss me.
That's all over. Stay. If you want to.
Absorbed in the fullness of the new life which is opening up to him, Sammy doesn't really care whether Emma remains or not. That is, as far as his feelings are concerned, the delusion is over and he can see Emma clearly. The pity he feels for her, the pity she created in place of the love that disappeared, seems to suit her just as well. And the question is, why? You know, if I were conducting a kitchen quiz, I'd ask you this. Are you using a halfway soap for dishes? You are if it's a bar soap, because it doesn't have real speed. Or if you use a tough granulated soap, it's short on kindness for your hands. So I say forget such halfway soaps and change to New Does. Yes, at last here's a new kind of granulated soap that goes all the way for dishes. You know, New Does everything in your wash, and believe me, it has everything for dishes, too, from whirlwind speed to greater kindness for your hands. In fact, not one of the 4 other leading granulated soaps can give your hands this extra gentle care. Just notice how nice and soft they feel after doing dishes with Does. Yet see how fast this same Does cuts grease. No soap made can beat it for speed. So let Does bring your dishwashing up to date. Try it today. You can tell by the suds just how different Does is. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Bird. Sammy has cleared his mind of Emma now, but as he says his goodbyes, it becomes apparent that Emma hasn't cleared her mind of him. This is Clayton Collier wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all 3 kinds of wash.
Good evening. This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, The Upholsterer. Night. A gloomy street of small, grimy-looking shops, all of which are now closed and dark. In front of one of them...
Goldbergs! Goldbergs! This is Perucci. Is everything all right with you? Goldbergs!
Hey, what are you doing, Perucci? Why are you trying to wake up old man Goldbergs?
Is that your business? And what is a small boy like you, Joey, doing out so late?
Late? It's only 10:30. Anyway, the old lady ain't home from work yet.
Joey, maybe you should go find for me a policeman.
You want a cop?
I think so.
What for?
Because... policeman is coming.
That's Carmody, the big flatfoot.
Officer Carmody! Officer!
Yeah?
Come in. Come in quick, please.
Something wrong, Ferrucci?
I don't know. A couple of minutes ago, if it's comedy, I hear what sounds like gunshots.
Gunshots, huh?
Gee.
Where'd you hear them?
I was just going to bed behind my shop next door. Suddenly, from the other side of my wall, from Goldbergs' place, I hear boom, boom. Then I hear what sounds like something heavy falling to the floor.
Door's locked, eh?
I call him. He don't answer.
Hey, maybe the old guy shot himself, Carmody. Or maybe he's been murdered. Hey, kick the glass out of the door, Carmody.
Pipe down, kid. Ferrucci, isn't there a window at the rear of Goldblatt's store in the room where he sleeps?
See, but he's got iron bars on it, so nobody can get in.
You'll have to kick the glass out, Carmody.
I hate to disappoint your destruction-loving little soul, kid, but I'm not going to do any expensive glass smashing.
Then how are you going to get in?
Well, there's a transom above the door here, just big enough for a runt like you to climb through.
Me?
Goldblatt that keeps to that transom nailed the shut, he told me.
Now, we'll see. I'll boost you up, kid, and you try it.
Okay. Give me the lift.
Right. Here you go.
Tight all right. Can't move it a bit.
Well, I guess we'll have to do some glass smashing.
Well,
But it'll be cheaper to bust that transom than the door. Here, take my nightstick, kid.
you going to let me smash it?
I can't reach it, and you can from my shoulder.
I'll bless it for good. That's it.
All right, now I want you to climb through. But knock out all the glass so you won't get hurt.
Okay. I won't hurt myself. I'll crawl through now.
All I want you to do is drop down and unlock the door.
Hey, try to run to the door back, Tom, so that won't be in the dark.
Okay.
Joey, I see a big chair lying on its side just inside the door. Don't skin your legs on it when you drop.
I'll keep an eye on that chair, Brucey. All set to go. Lay it swell.
Now, you have to move that chair out of the way so you can get at the lock.
I'm doing it. Now. Turn the lock.
The door don't open.
Hey, wait. The key lock in the door. Then we turn through. Okay, now.
Okay, nothing. The door still don't open.
So?
You must have returned one of the two locks you'd already unlatched instead of getting the third one you missed.
I'll get them all this time. Let's hold the knob, Tommy. Let me open the door when I can.
Okay, but hurry. This guy Goldblatt would have to have his door triple locked.
Goldblatt is always afraid he's going to be robbed.
I got it, Carmody. The door's open.
It's about time. Now I'll have a look behind that partition.
Me too.
Goldblatt's workroom is back at that door.
At least this partition door wasn't locked. Here's the light switch. Now we'll see.
Well, I don't see anything look wrong.
Neither do I, and I didn't expect to. You imagined those gunshots, Ferrucci.
Hey, look here behind this busted sofa.
What? Holy.
It's a Goldblatt. Officer Comedy. Is he dead?
Guy has 2 bullet holes to his chest. He's dead, all right.
The murder. It's like the guys in the movie.
Ferrucci, close the front door. The killer's still in this shop. He's not leaving. Lock that door.
See, I locked him. Maybe the killer shot to me.
No, he won't. I'll keep my eyes open, my gun ready. Not many places here to hide.
Nobody under this bed, Comedy.
No, nobody in this closet either. Now, you duck under that bed and stay there, punk, if there's any shooting.
I ain't afraid.
Do as I tell you. Nobody back of this pile of furniture. Nobody hiding anywhere. The killer ain't here.
I locked the front door again.
Okay, Ferrucci. Well, let me have a look at this rear window. Yeah, closed and locked from inside, and there's heavy bars on it, just like you said.
Nobody could get through by that door in the front.
Well, there's no other way into this place or out of it. And since nobody but us are here now, it's plain that poor old Goldblatt committed suicide.
There's no gap beside him, Comedy.
The gun probably fell into the sofa, kid. Here, I'll push it out of the way.
No gun there, Copper.
I see no gun anyplace.
Neither do I. Must be under the body. I'll lift it up a little.
Still no gap.
No gas.
Like I said in the first place. Shot is murder.
Yes, but if the killer got out that front door and locked it behind him before we busted in here, how could he have wedged that big chair back of the door after he was outside?
And nobody could get out of that locked window in the back.
Hey, this is a mystery, ain't it?
Yes, and too deep a one for me. Thank the Lord, I'm just a plain uniform cop. I'm using this phone to call the station house. Let them turn the detectives loose on this one.
The home
homicide dicks weren't able to find any gun in that upholsterer's joint, huh, Casey?
No, Ethelbert. They practically tore the place apart looking for one.
But when the medical examiner got there, he said Goldblatt couldn't have committed suicide anyway.
Well, if the guy was murdered, how did the killer get out of the place?
Well, Captain Logan and his men are having a sweet time trying to figure that.
Yeah, they're going nuts. Miss Withers and I just came from headquarters where we talked with Logan and also the kid and the shoemaker and the cop who found the body.
They all tell a straight story?
Well, it sounded straight to me, yeah.
This has all the earmarks of a very baffling mystery. You and Miss Williams ain't been to the scene of the crime yet, huh?
No, we weren't working when it was reported last night.
But we're assigned to it now. Let's go to the Goldblatt shop and have a look-see, Casey.
Okay, Annie. Yeah, Logan said he'd be down there about now. Maybe I can help the poor guy crack the case, huh?
How you hate yourself.
I? Why, Annie, how can anyone have anything but affection for a charming character like me?
Hello, Captain.
Hi, Logan.
Oh, so you two are here.
Mm-hmm. So, this is the scene of the impossible Goldblatt murder.
Wait till you size up the joint, wise guy.
Oh. 3 good, solid locks on this door.
And the door was locked tight by at least one of these locks when the cop and that kid in Perucci tried to get in. But skip the locks and answer this one. After the killer shot the old man and was making his getaway, how did he manage to leave a chair lying against the door inside?
Which is the chair?
Here, this big old high back. Someone had left it here for Goldblatt to recover.
Well, the kid and the cop and Perucci all agree this chair lay inside against the door, which opens inward.
Yeah, on its side. I think it was about in this position. Now, it had to be placed this way by somebody inside. It couldn't have been so placed by anybody outside.
Well, it may have fallen in that position after the door was closed.
Miss Williams, a big solid chair like this doesn't just fall. It has to be wrestled around. Besides, the neighbors say Goldblatt always put a heavy piece of furniture against this door when he closed up for the night. The old guy had a constant fear of being robbed.
Well, he was shot through the heart twice. Goldblatt couldn't have put the chair there after the killer left.
I know.
Dix from the precinct station got here before your guys did last night. I suppose they moved a lot of stuff in the joint.
Yeah, to make sure the killer wasn't hiding here. Now, the only thing they didn't shove around was this sewing machine because it was bolted to the floor.
Let me see where they found the body.
Come on. It was here in his workroom, behind that old sofa.
Have you learned the possible motive for the murder, Captain Logan?
No, Goldblatt had no enemies that anyone knows about. But he was so afraid of being robbed, a lot of people in this neighborhood figured he had a lot of dough stuck away here, so someone may have come here last night to get that dough, only they didn't get it, and apparently he never even looked for it.
Yeah, we were told the precinct Dix found over $100 in Goldblatt's pocket and about $4,000 hidden in his mattress.
Well, those are the first places a thief would look for money.
Sure. Casey, see if you can figure it out.
Huh? Me? Oh, I'm just a newspaper mug, pal. You're the big chief of the homicide department.
Well, I'll soon be back at pavement pounding if I get many more cases like this. And that Casimir killing.
Haven't gotten anywhere with that either?
No, but I got a chance there. Whoever bumped off Charles Casimir for the $80,000 got some very hot money. That $80,000 was in $100 bills Casimir had just got from the bank, and the bank had made a list of the serial numbers, which we've circulated all over the country. Now, when the murderer starts to pass that...
well, wait a minute, though. He'll lay low for quite a while before he does that. He's even smart.
And he'll try to pass him eventually, and we'll get him. I wish I had a string like that on Goldblatt's killer. Say, Casey, you're a lucky guy, and sometimes you get hunches that don't turn out too badly.
Huh?
And now that you got the lowdown on this thing, you got any ideas?
Well, now, what are you paying for ideas these days, pal?
You going commercial on me?
Well, why not? When you're in a tight spot like this, a little first-class assistant from a qualified expert should be worth, Well, I'll tell you what. The next time a juicy murder is committed, you could let Ann and me in for an exclusive story and pictures.
You know I never show that kind of favoritism.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe the little idea I have isn't worth it anyway.
You got an idea?
No, just a small one. It was really not worthy of my genius.
Nuts to you. Get out of here and let me say.
Come on, Annie. See you later, pal.
I'm afraid so.
Hey, Logan, all the furniture in this workroom is stuff that Goldblatt had here for repairs.
Naturally, repairing and upholstering furniture was the guy's business.
Guess this is a chair he was getting ready to recover.
What else? The old cover's been taken off.
Taken off neatly, too. Lying here on the floor. cut carefully around the seams. It wasn't hacked.
So what?
Now, this overstuffed chair next to it with a shabby old cover still on. Look at that. There's a couple of big cuts in the back. They're away from the seams. As though it had been slashed. It's interesting.
I don't see why.
Huh? Well, skip it then.
Say, Casey...
you still don't want to buy any ideas or hunches, pal.
If you're serious, I never give reporters or photographers of one paper preference over those of another paper.
Okay, tough guy. Well, I can't give a cop preference over my paper. So long,
You
pal.
can go to... so long, Miss Wiggins.
Well, I apologize for this mug, Captain Logan. Goodbye.
Logan's sore at me again, Annie.
You have no right to rib him when he's in a spot like this. And I know you haven't even the germ of an idea that might break this case.
Annie, I not only have an idea now, but I've got a hunch.
Casey.
Wait a minute. Let me write down something quick before I forget it. Okay.
Huh?
Come on, now, let's get in the car. We're going places.
Are we going, Casey?
Not very far, Annie.
Oh, will you please tell me?
Okay. All right, now. Here's the idea that Logan wouldn't buy. Giving it to him for free if he hadn't been so bullheaded. As it is, we'll prove it ourselves before he gets it.
Well, what is the idea?
Look, Goldblatt's neighbor, Perucci. He says that after he heard shots last night, he heard something heavy fall in Goldblatt's shop.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody, including myself, figured he heard Goldblatt fall. And apparently that's what Logan still figured. But, Annie, Goldblatt's body was found a good 20 feet away from Perucci's wall and directly behind a big overstuffed sofa. Now, Perucci didn't hear a body drop. He heard the crash of that heavy chair that fell behind that door as the killer ran out of the door and slammed it behind him.
Well, Logan said that the chair couldn't have fallen, and I think he's right.
It couldn't have fallen if it were resting solidly on its four legs, but suppose it was piled on top of another chair upside down. There isn't much floor space in Goldblatt's joint. He must have had to pile stuff up so he'd have room to work.
And if that chair was piled on top of another, it might have toppled easily. And the vibration of a door slam would dislodge it.
That's right. The precinct men had moved almost everything by the time that Logan arrived. He didn't see furniture in piles, and he doesn't always use his imagination either. And the killer didn't waste precious time locking that door either.
The Perucci and the policeman couldn't open it.
Because the chair fell between the door and that sewing machine that's bolted to the floor. It formed a solid wedge there until the kid moved it. Then, when he thought he was unlocking the door, he was really locking it.
Okay, I'll buy that idea.
All right.
Now, where are we going?
To an address I wrote down a minute ago. It's on a work tag attached to a chair in Goldblatt's workroom. Annie, we're going to find out why there were several big knife cuts in the back of that chair. There's the address, Annie. It's across the street there.
Furnished room to let sign in the window.
Yeah, rooming house. And it'll be the landlady who sent that chair to Goldblatt for recovery.
Now, what's the full extent of your hunch about that chair, Casey?
It tells me to get acquainted with the Mrs. Potter whose name was on it. And I hope that she'll give me some information. Now, look, Annie, you wait right here in the car.
I will not. If there's information to get that may make news, I'm going to be where it's got
Annie,
me.
look, I'm not going to her as a newspaper guy. I'm going to let on I want to rent a room, see, and try to get her talking.
Well, both of us can be renting a room.
But together?
I've heard such things have been done. We'll pose as husband and wife.
Oh, well, that's something that hasn't been done yet. By us.
Well, it's being done now.
Huh?
For very impersonal reasons. Come on.
Oh, well, okay. Hope I can act like your husband.
Well, you'll never learn any younger. Maybe you'll never learn, period.
What?
Nothing. Well, you must have some sort of a plan, so you do the talking and I'll just stand by.
Yeah, that'll be best. Here goes the doorbell. Better begin to look wisely, huh?
Don't worry about me.
Hey, someone's coming. Now, remember, let me do the talking.
Yeah, okay.
Good afternoon.
How do you do? We're looking for a room and saw your sign.
Oh, won't you and your husband come in?
Thank you.
I have a very nice double room on this floor that's just been vacated. Do you mind the lower floors?
Not at all.
Well, then come this way. Oh, what's your name?
Mr. Casey.
And Mrs. Casey.
It's a pleasure to know you. I'm Mrs. Potter.
Oh, it's nice to know you, Mrs. Potter.
Yeah.
Well, now, let's see the room.
One of my best.
Was at that parlor when my husband was alive, but since I had to take in paying guests, that's all. Do you like it, Casey? Call your husband by last name, Mrs. Casey?
The habit she got into before we were married.
Yes. It's a little unusual.
Yes, and I have a most unusual wife, Mrs. Potter. One thing, she lets me do all the talking while she just stands by.
I can see she's just a shy little thing.
Shy.
Shut up.
Suppose you tried. Well, this is a comfortable-looking armchair. New, Mrs. Potter, or is this reupholstered?
Reupholstered. And by that poor man who was murdered last night.
What? Murdered?
Oh, there's a big piece about it in the morning paper. A little old man named Goldbergs.
Why, we heard about that, Annie.
Yes, we did hear about it, Kate, darling.
Huh?
Oh. It's quite a mystery, but it's given me a personal worry. I let him take one of my chairs to his shop only yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning?
Yes. And now with policemen all over his place, heaven only knows when I'll be able to get it back and in what condition.
Well, the cops take pretty good care of things like that. I believe they do. I hope you made note of the condition the chair was in when Goldblatt took it to his shop yesterday morning. Well, I mean, were there any tears or cuts in it?
Oh, no. It was just terribly shabby and needed new covering. But my. Sending that chair out taught me something I'd never suspected.
Oh, what was that, Mrs. Potter?
Well, it's been in the room of one of my oldest lodgers, a gentleman who lived upstairs in the second-floor flat for over 5 years. And I've always considered him one of the mildest men alive. But he flew into the most awful temper when he came home from work last night and found out that I'd sent that chair to the upholsterer.
Oh, he did?
Oh, but you're not interested in such gossip, of course.
But,
Do you like this room? I usually get $20 a week for it, but, by the month I might make it a little cheaper.
Oh, is it $20, huh? Well, have you any vacancies on the second floor, Mrs. Potter?
Yes, I have an empty across the hall from the gentleman I just mentioned.
Oh, you have?
Oh, but I doubt if you'll like it.
Well, could we see it?
Of course. This way. It's a much smaller room than the one I just showed you.
Oh, I won't mind that.
Oh, but maybe Mrs. Casey will.
Oh, no. I'm easy to please.
Yes.
Mind the stairs there. They're a little steep.
The gentleman who didn't want his chair recovered, is he in his room now?
No, he's never in this early. He's at business every day till 6 o'clock.
Oh,
but my, it's nearly that now.
What business is he in?
Oh, he's a bookkeeper.
Oh.
In the offices of the Charles Casimir Company.
Charles Casimir?
Poor Mr. Casimir was robbed and murdered only a short time ago. Dear, there's so much crime these days. Here's the room.
Oh, it's fine.
Swell.
We'll take it.
We haven't more than looked into it.
Oh, we've seen enough.
That's exactly what we want.
What's the rest?
Why, $15 a week.
Okay. Here we are. He's a week in advance.
Oh, thank you. Oh, when do we move in?
Well, we're in now.
You haven't any baggage.
Well, it's outside in our car.
We'll, later.
Now, I know you have a lot to do, Mrs. Potter. It's nearly dinner time, so why don't you run along downstairs and don't bother about us one little bit. See you later, Mrs. Potter.
Oh, but I'll see you later, Miss Potter.
Well, this is a little irregular, but you look like such nice young people. Goodbye.
Did you get it, Sammy?
Of course I got it. The man across the hall had something hidden in that chair, and when he learned it had been taken to an upholsterer who'd tear it
He
apart.
went to Goldblatt's. He slashed the back of that chair, took out what he'd hidden in it, and killed Goldblatt so he couldn't tell what he'd seen.
And Mrs. Potter said that the man worked in Charles Casimir's office. Maybe it was the stolen money that was hidden in that chair.
Yeah. Come on. The coast is clear.
Yeah. We haven't much time. It's 5:45.
15 minutes is plenty if we work fast.
Oh, the door's locked.
Naturally. These bevel spring locks never took me out of a place I want to get into. Not when there's enough space between the door and the frame. Put this little gadget I always carry. That did it. Come on, quick, so I can close the door again.
Now what do we do?
Listen, Annie. If this guy killed Goldblatt last night in order to get back the money hidden in that chair, he's had to hide it again. I tell you what, he's hidden it in here a second time.
No, so we searched the place.
Right.
Okay, Casey, maybe he saw it inside of something again.
Yes, that's probable. Yeah, look, here. There's a sewing kit on the dresser. There's a needle stuck in the lid. Threaded with a piece of dark blue.
Well, that means he was sewing on something blue.
There's nothing blue in the room.
So we haven't looked in the closet.
Don't scream, young woman. If either of you moves, I shoot.
Well, this is quite a surprise.
It was very fortunate that I came home earlier than my usual time today.
Well, we wouldn't call it fortunate.
Back over to that wall.
What do you think you're going to do?
There's only one thing I can do to protect myself. Kill you. I have a car parked outside, and I can make my getaway. And there's something I'm taking along.
My winter overcoat.
Casey, it's dark blue.
There are $80,000 in bills sewn in its lining. Charles Casimir, Luke. You are quite right. And now, goodbye. You're not going to shoot us? No, you don't. Knocked his arm out just in time.
Yeah, you've knocked him out.
Well, I'll see that he stays out, too. Annie, run down and get my camera from the car, will you? We get exclusive pictures and a story without any deal from our pal, Logan.
So this guy was the killer of Charles Casimir as well as the murderer of that poor little Goldberg fella, huh, Casey?
That's right, Ethelbert. The Casimir job was his first crime. He worked in Casimir's office, and he learned about the $80,000 withdrawal that his boss was making, and he got a greedy impulse.
He never had a chance to spend a nickel of the dough he did 2 murders for.
Well, like I always say, to coin a phrase, crime does not pay.
That's right.
Well, and praise Captain Logan. He's been congratulated by the commissioner for solving the Goldberg and Casimir job, and told that he's now right in line for an inspectorship.
How did Captain Logan get the credit?
Oh, hey, he deserved it. Yeah, that guy's a swell cop. Just because a pair of newspaper stiffs like Miss Williams and I run into a little luck.
Mr. Casey, whom I sometimes like, Ethelbert, called Logan in to make an exclusive arrest of the killer.
What do you and Casey get out of the deal?
An exclusive story. Plus pictures.
Casey got a bullet hole through the sleeve of his best coat when the killer shot him.
Oh, I never liked that coat.
And I've got a blasted reputation with Mrs. Potter. She's found out that I'm not really Mrs. Casey.
This adventure of crime photographer starring Stott Cotsworth as Casey came to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Control 1 to Unit 29B. Wagon call. Main and Venice Boulevard. Main and Venice.
5621, starting mileage 11,930. 11930.
1 to 56, mileage 11,930. 6:08 p.m. Detective Unit 56 in service on the night watch.
This is Don Reed, police recorder. You're riding in a detective unit. Radio buried in glove compartment. Both of us in civilian clothes. No identification as a police car. Driving? Sergeant Ron Perkins. This is Detective Unit 56. Now, while you're with us tonight...
5621.
56, go ahead.
56, will you notify Madlock and Southwick in burglary? And when they're clear and ready to pick up that burglary suspect, we'll roll with them. We'll be on the air until then.
5610-4, will notify. 56, car 42 is on an inlater call. We're unable to contact them. 3918 Burley Lane, will you follow up?
56, roger.
We'll roll on that inlater call, and we're standing by on a burglary deal. So we could be pretty busy tonight. But as I was saying, while you're with us, remember, the people you meet are not actors. You see, this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound is authentic. Wherever Detective Unit 56 is called, you follow as the official police recorder transcribes the investigations. Night Watch is presented by CBS to the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We transfer you now to Detective Unit 56, operating somewhere in the field, and to police recorder Don Reed.
Following up now on that inlater call. Radio car across the street. In front, a respirator truck from the fire department. Fireman from the rescue squad on the radio.
Fire rescue dispatch 4. This case on Hannum is a polio case, a 5-year-old child. We're going to stand by the Rancho Los Alamos is notified, and the ambulance has been dispatched on this case. We'll notify you by phone.
Let's move into the house. Uniformed Officer Al George in the doorway here.
Youngster got pulled in?
Yes, sir. It's a little girl about 5, and it hit her in the lungs. And the rescue squad has the respirator working on her.
Is that her mother over there with her?
Yeah, we have an iron lung rolling from the general hospital, and they should be here before long.
Okay, let's go in and stand by. Into the front room. A youngster lying on blanket on the table. Blonde, tiny. Fireman on either side. One applying oxygen mask. Other handling equipment. Mother standing over child, outwardly calm. Anxiety written on her face. Doctor standing by.
Breathe with it. Breathe with it. Breathe with the respirator. That's my girl.
In reality, we're using the inhalator, not the respirator, since the child is breathing partially on her own. Actually, this mask over the face just gives her a helping hand.
I know it's hard, sweetheart. I know it's hard. That ambulance should be here any minute now, baby. Yeah, don't make a big siren noise. She does it, baby.
It's getting down pretty low.
Changing oxygen cylinders. Mask off temporarily.
I'm going up to another tank, Bill.
Trying to get the new one on.
Open wide, baby.
Step take the airways, Bill. Push that mask, Bill.
There we are. Mask on again.
Turn it up? Yeah, Bill. Yeah, turn it up to high. She seems to be responding to this oxygen. You see the color coming back?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, she's responding to it. Come on, honey, now, a real deep breath here. As much of this in as you can.
Let's hope that's the iron lung.
That's not the ambulance. Is that the ambulance yet?
Checking out the window. Ambulance with iron lung. Wheeling in the stretcher. We'll move the portable inhalator out to the ambulance and put the child in the iron lung.
Are you ready to move her?
Are they all set?
Right on the blanket here. Okay. All right.
Moving out the door. Motor of the iron lung working. Child being placed in the lung. Mother sitting alongside. Notice that mother, how calm she was, Perk?
Yeah, probably that control saved the youngster's life.
Unit 40 clear. 5-6 code 1. Unit 5. Are you on the air?
5-6. Roger, go ahead.
1 to 5-6. Will you 1019 to the burglary detail?
5-6, check. We'll be in the station about 10 minutes.
What you have just heard was real. That iron lung, that child. That happened on the night watch. Your dimes and dollars are needed in the fight against infantile paralysis. $64 million to be exact. A dime today is a newspaper, a candy bar, or enough electricity to keep an iron lung breathing for 4 hours. Give to the March of Dimes today. And now we switch you back to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
It's almost midnight, and we're en route to pick up a burglary suspect. It's been almost an hour's run out to this outlying district. We've been delayed because of a heavy fog that's lying up next to the mountains. We're on the right street now, so it's just be a matter of seconds. In the back seat, Madlock and Southwick from burglary. Adjusting equipment. Must be the one on the right.
I'm going to go past it just a little bit.
Numbers on the curb checks. We'll drive by a couple of houses, then we'll walk back in the dark.
You want to take the front? We can now cover the rear.
Suspect's house. Small bungalow, rear of lot. Fog's thick. Cut down the visibility. Detective Southwick, Perkins, covering the rear. We'll go to the front. Young woman, probably wife of suspect, standing behind door, whispering.
Yes, okay. What nice we come in and look around?
Is anything important?
Very important.
What is it?
No, we're going to talk to your husband about it.
He'll be here tomorrow for sure, I know, because he promised to put me out. I'm sure you'll
Wife, nervous, whispering. Husband not home.
Still isn't here.
Perkins, Southwick around the building.
Go on inside here.
Where'd you find him?
Come out the rear window.
If you didn't think you were hot, how come you tried to beat it out of the window when we identified ourselves as police officers?
Oh, I thought it was a traffic ticket. I thought, I didn't want to go to court. I wanted to find out what it was about.
That's the way to do it, boy. It's a pretty silly thing to do. I need to tell the officer's not here, and I'm standing in the back
Well,
of
I
the gun.
told her to. Well, I thought it was for a traffic ticket. Well, I thought it was about.
He'd have turned one way and ran. That would have been it.
Well, what is it?
Well, as of now, you're under arrest on suspicion of burglary.
Burglary? Where?
Are you one of the boys that had tried to pass the check down at the bank the other day?
No.
Your car was identified.
Well, it wasn't me.
Well, you're going to have to go with us back to Culver City. Then you're on your own. I'll take him, Wade. Why don't you guys shake his car down out there in the driveway?
Flashlights out. In the front, back seat. Checking the glove compartment. What do you know? A gun.
What gun? Another one of those. Well, that's a good little thing to have now, isn't it? A mean-looking weapon. I wish we could find just one of those checks, though. No. It was $2,600 worth. Only about $500-600 in cash.
Under seat. Crowbar. Burglary tools.
Everything will go right with it. See that. I think we'll keep that. Might be able to come up with a little evidence where he forced the door. Get the gun?
Well, gun, tools, prisoner in custody. Yeah, it's going to be a long ride back. Next up, police headquarters. We're in the Detective Bureau. In custody, a burglary suspect. Our evidence. The suspect, along with his car, has been identified when he attempted to cash checks taken from a service station that was broken into. Southwick, Madlock, burglary detail. I'll handle the questioning.
So we bought a house here in Frenchie.
Where do you have a bank account?
I don't have them. I'm not allowed to have one.
Your wife have a bank account?
She can't have one either. We're both on parole.
Both on parole. What for?
Forgery.
Forgery? Do you want to tell us anything, or do you want us to lay it before you?
Well, just tell me what it's supposed to be in here for.
We had a burglary in our town. We had $2,600 in checks, $600 in cash taken. Somebody attempted to cash one of the checks. And then went out and got into your car. 4 different witnesses saw him.
You pull a burglary? No, pull no burglary.
You know who did?
No. You take a lie detector examination? For what? A lie detector examination? Do you object to taking one? I don't know. What? I don't know. You don't know? Mm-hmm. Tell them the truth, you got nothing to worry about. That's right. Tell them a lie, well, you're going to have plenty to worry about, believe me.
You've got plenty to worry about already.
I've had that told to me before, too. I've been hauling before for questioning.
Well, if you have anything else to say, why, you know where you stand, kiddo.
Suspect agreed to a lie detector test. Being returned to the detention room. Let's move across the hall where the equipment is kept. Officer Chuck Sarlo works the lab. Lie detector's new to the department.
What told you they were bringing in that burglary suspect?
Well, I've seen a couple of these at work. But this guy is a real cocksure of himself. How are you going to work this deal with him?
Don, I have a number of questions here, which some are non-crucial, some are crucial. And we will ask him the non-crucial questions first to establish his norm. And after we find out his norm, we will ask him the so-called $64 questions. Now, to name some of the non-crucial questions that we know the answer to. Are you married? And we know he's married because his wife called and he admitted he's married. And do you own a 52 Mercury, blue in color? And I talked to the suspect. He agrees that he owns a 52 Mercury, blue in color. And were you ever arrested for forgery? Well, he's agreed that he has been arrested for forgery, and we know he has, and he's also spent some time in jail for forgery. And are you wearing a white T-shirt? Are you now wearing a white T-shirt? And having just talked to him, I observed that he was wearing a white T-shirt. Now, these questions may seem foolish to the naive person. However, they're not. And the questions are merely to indicate what his norm is, what he would normally answer to truthful questions. And the history of lie detection, for instance, the Chinese found years ago that if you they questioned a number of suspects by giving them a mouthful of rice, they would have them chew this rice for 5 minutes. And each suspect, at the end of 5 minutes, was allowed to spit the rice on top of a table and examined for its moisture content. And the guilty suspect, internal secretions were less, and he was, of course, found guilty. They knew then, for instance, thousands of years ago, that there were physiological changes which occur in the human body when people lie. And this machine is even more sensitive, and also there's an involuntary motion frequently of the hands or the feet, or a loss of direct contact by the eyes. Incidentally, this is not a lie response, it's an emotional response, which is a physiological change, in this particular recorded in the individual when he lied. Measures an electrical dermal response, which is when you perspire slightly more when you lie.
Chuck, if you're ready, we've got the suspect out here.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's bring him in.
Suspect leaning outside the door. strolling in the house, casually, hands in pockets. Witnesses, Matlock, Southwick from burglary. Lieutenant Conlon, Sergeant Perkins. Suspect, calm, unperturbed.
To take this test? No.
Sorry with me. As long as I don't have to have no needles or anything stuck in you.
You're not going to have any needles stuck in you. There's no pain. There's no physical torture. There's nothing to this. You won't be shocked. There'll be no electricity put into your hand. There'll be certain attachments that have to be placed on.
Except for the intricate mechanism behind this, it appears similar to the attachment used by a doctor taking blood pressure.
Let me ask you these non-crucial questions first. To determine your norm on this indicator, I know you're nervous, anybody would be who's taking this test, and this machine will make allowances for your nervous system. And first question, did you eat today?
Yes.
And are you... Now, are you married?
Yes.
Do you own a 52 Merc, blue in color?
Yes.
Normal questions. Machine regulated. Meter ready.
These are all questions that we know the answer to. You understand that, right? Were you ever arrested for forgery?
Yes.
60 for his normal reaction.
Now, are you now wearing a white T-shirt?
Yes.
Normal.
Okay. And have you served time for forgery?
Yes.
Normal.
And are you now on probation?
Parole.
Parole.
Officer Sarlo writing this down.
Okay, now just relax. Now, all subsequent questions will be regarding the crime itself. And only the suspect who is guilty or has knowledge of the crime will actually show on the machine. Now, did you ever case, you know what I mean by case this gas station prior to committing this safe burglary job?
No.
Okay.
Needle jumped about 110.
Did you enter the gas station through the rear door and then through the window?
No.
Just not in question. What's the answer now?
No.
Did you pile tires around the safe in order to hide your activity there?
No.
Do you recognize the top of the safe? There's the top of the safe here now. Do you recognize it?
No.
Showing him the picture.
You make those marks shown on the top of the safe.
All the crucial questions answered thus far in the lie column.
Make those marks shown on the top of the safe.
No.
Did you break open the safe at this gas station yourself?
No.
Did any of your friends break it open?
No.
You know who did break open the safe at this gas station?
No.
Why don't you look at this machine when I ask you that question? Just relax for it.
Suspect will watch his own reaction this time.
Do you know anyone who did break open the safe?
No.
Speak up.
No.
You don't know anyone who broke open the safe?
No.
Did you break it open?
No.
Reaction. Twice normal. Expression the same.
Did you ever try to cash any checks that were stolen from this safe job?
No.
Have you been contacted by friends who were in camp with you or jail for the purpose of participating in other criminal jobs?
I was at one time. That was when I first got out. There in San Quentin, you know.
Truth again.
Does your wife have any knowledge about the burglary or about the checks?
No.
Do you have any checks hidden at your house?
No.
All the no answers bouncing on the wrong side.
slow down a little bit. Relax a little bit. I'll ask you that question again. Do you have any checks hidden at your house anyplace?
No. Same reaction.
You ever hold up anybody with that gun that's found in your car?
No, I've only had the gun a week.
What did you buy the gun for?
For target practice. It's been used only in the backyard and in the house.
That's showing a true
Let me ask
reaction.
you 2 more questions here to sum up. And that way find whether or not you've told the truth regarding all previous questions and answers, and give you a chance to relax and think about it before you answer these questions. First question is, have you told the detectives the complete truth regarding this burglary?
Yes.
Back to the other side again.
Have you told the complete truth here to me on a test?
Yes.
You know, fella, in court, this lie detector test won't prove you're guilty. But you know you're guilty, and we know you're guilty. When we get through showing you to the people that saw you in that bank, I've got a hunch the DA will go along with it, too. I'll take him back and book him on suspicion of burglary, Lieutenant, if you're through with him. Yeah. Okay, you know your way out. Let's go.
What you have just heard is real. Recorded as it actually happened on The Night Watch. We switch you now to headquarters and the office of the Chief of Police, W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's first case, in which our units assisted the fire department on an interletter call, shows just one of the many types of activities encountered by your police department that the public doesn't normally associate with police work. Incidentally, the youngster was placed in an iron lung and is now well on her way to recovery. Now for tonight's burglary investigation. In real life, things many times fail to go according to plan. Although the officers were convinced this suspect was guilty of the burglary, and the lie detector test backed up this opinion, still, they were unable to gather enough court evidence to hold this suspect on the charge. Consequently, he was released 2 days later. But the investigating officers were not about to give up. They were sure if he could be kept under observation, it would be just a matter of time until he went back to the crime of burglary. Officers of his local community were alerted and supplied with the complete data and M.O., method of operation, of the suspect. 3 days of stakeouts, and he was caught dead to rights in the act of another burglary. This time he did not escape. Tonight, as you have followed Detective Unit 5-6, I am sure you have observed no department can operate independently. It must have full cooperation of the citizens as well as the other police departments throughout the area. If we have pointed this out tonight, then we have a meaning for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty on The Night Watch. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch is brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed. Night Watch is produced for CBS Radio by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock.
Don't move, you.
No, don't shoot me.
Okay, if you do like I say.
Yes?
Get up that dough. Come on, get it up.
Ah.
The money in the drawer. I just saw you counting it. Get it up.
Well, I have no money. Business has been bad.
Business has been great. We've cased this store for a week. Pull open that cash drawer.
No, I can't.
Okay, so I'll do it.
No.
I know what you're thinking. I'll be a cinch to describe the cops. Dark, medium height, wearing a mask, a checkered suit, and a gray hat.
Oh, I wouldn't go to...
Oh, yes, you would. Now back away from this drawer.
Yes.
Good boy. No money in here, huh? Business is bad.
Well,
You ought to...
No, don't. I'm an old man.
You're lucky you lived this long. Take this money. And here's a receipt for you.
Oh.
You're not unconscious. Don't fake it. I don't want you to be out completely.
You've got your money now. Now, what do you want?
I want you to be able to describe me, and I want you to see this. Look at me. Keep looking at me.
What for?
I want you to be able to tell the cops you were held up and robbed at midnight by a guy wearing a checkered suit and a gray hat. I want you to tell them this.
Where are you? I can't see you.
Of course you can't. I've made myself invisible. Tell the cops that. See if they believe you.
Holy mackerel, you're hurt bad. Here, I'll put my coat under your head and I'll go phone for an ambulance. Here you are.
Thank you.
What happened to you? I saw somebody with a gun backing away just now, but all of a sudden he seemed to vanish. Did he shoot you?
I left my house a few minutes ago.
Take it easy.
Exactly midnight. Man in mask. Checkered suit.
Man in a checkered suit.
Gray hat.
Yes.
Held me up. I resisted. He shot me.
The police will be interested in that. I'll call and tell them that just as soon as I call a doctor for you.
Thanks.
Shouldn't be too hard to find a man in a checkered suit and a gray hat. Only how are they going to find a man who vanishes?
Police department.
Oh, police. Come quickly. My name is Martin.
Yeah?
I've got a store on Main Street. A little while ago, exactly midnight, a man in a mask, checkered suit, and a gray hat held me up.
What?
He hit me on the head.
Huh?
He thought I was unconscious, and then he made me come to, and after he hit me, he stood over me a minute and told me to describe him. And then he disappeared into thin air.
Wait a minute. A masked man in a checkered suit slugged and robbed you at midnight on Main Street and vanished? What's going on? We got 2 other reports in the last 2 minutes that a guy answering that description committed 2 other crimes in 2 different parts of town, all at midnight.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. All I know is I'm hurt. Please, send someone over here right away. This is serious.
Sure, I know, Mr. Morton. It's serious, but it sure sounds awful funny to me.
Well, Vance, what do you make of it? 3 crimes, all taking place at midnight in different parts of the city, and all by a man answering the same description.
I don't know what to make of it, Markham, except to dismiss it by saying it's impossible, which you answer immediately by saying, I know it's impossible, but it happened.
I've left out the most startling bit of information of all, Vance. If you think the 3 situations are fantastic, I want you to hear a witness to one of the crimes. Wait till you listen to his story. Come with me.
Right.
I have a policeman guarding him in this store right here, Vance. Just wait till you hear what he has to say.
All right, Markham, I'll wait. It will have to be something to be more unusual than 3 crimes by one man committed at the same time in 3 different parts of this city.
It is. In all my years as a district attorney, I never heard of anything like this. So come in here with me.
Hi, D.A. Hello, Mr.
Hello, Collins.
Hi.
I think our friend Mr. Frank here has calmed down a little, D.A.
Yes, I'm all right now, Mr. Markham, only I still say that what I told you actually happened.
Well, suppose you tell me, Mr. Frank.
I heard shots at midnight, and I started to run toward them. I saw a man on the ground. He'd been hit. I saw a masked man in a checkered suit backing away, his gun in his hand. And then while I watched him, he whirled around and became invisible.
Invisible?
See what I meant, Vance?
Completely invisible. I could see him 1 minute very plainly. A second later, he'd vanished. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it happened just that way.
Well, perhaps, Mr. Frank, he passed beyond your range of vision.
But that's impossible. I could see the drugstore on the corner, and that was 50 yards in back of him. He just vanished into thin air.
The same thing happened in the other 2 crimes, Vance. The thug just vanished.
You know, Markham, come to think of it, Anybody who can be in 3 different places at the same time might be able to do a little thing like become invisible.
About time the boss got here, don't you think, Pete?
Yeah, sure.
What's with you?
Nothing. Just thought of something funny.
Yeah?
Can you imagine the look on the cops' kisses when they get a description of you?
Yeah.
Medium height, dark hair, wearing checkered suit and gray hat. Then they get the same description of me and the same one of Eddie.
That's part of the boss's plan, Pete. Boss is awful smart.
I'll say.
Awful smart, awful cool, awful tough, and awful crooked.
Yeah.
You know, if I had my choice of any 4 things in the world, those are the 4 I'd want.
Sure, if you had 'em, what else would you want that you couldn't get awful easy? But you know something?
What?
One thing I wouldn't want is for the boss to be sore at me.
I know what you mean. Sometimes Oh, hello, boss.
Hey, boss, everything went smooth tonight. Georgie and Eddie and me did just like you told us. Wore the clothes, made sure the suckers got a good look at us. I had to shoot a guy, and Georgie here had to knock a guy on a noggin, but what's that? The other boys haven't reported in.
None of the rest of my boys is working tonight. You both did very well. Where's the money, the fruits of your activities? The results of my well-formulated planning?
Fruits? What fruits?
I got all the loot, Miss Walker. Got it all here ready for you on the table. Here, look.
I can see it's there. And I think you know me well enough by now not to try holding out. And now, how would you like to hear about our next job?
Personally, I'd like.
What is it, Miss Walker?
Gentlemen, where, besides the bank, is there better than $25,000 in bills of various denominations lying around, waiting for us to pick it up?
Search me.
That would hardly help us, Ernie.
Hey, that's a pretty funny joke.
Gentlemen, the situation I described is real. I know where there's about $25,000 in cash, just waiting for a smart young man in a checkered suit, but carrying a submachine gun this time, to grab it.
I'm young.
Well, I'm the smart one. Send me, Miss Walker, huh?
I'll send you both. And Eddie will be there, too, wearing his checkered suit.
Yeah.
I might even have a couple of more boys in checkered suits scattered around, in case of a tie.
Whatever you say goes, Miss Walker. But where is this $25,000 that's just waiting to be taken?
I'll let you know, Pete, when the time comes. And, when the time comes, you go.
Just listen to the suckers having a wonderful time.
Sure, Ted. Just listen to this. This is the money they paid for having that wonderful time. It'll be over $20,000 here. That's bad for one night. One nightclub.
You better put that money away. It's making me nervous. Let's go into the office.
Okay. I'll stick it in the safe in a minute. Kind of like the idea of holding this kind of dough in my hand. Makes me feel important. Now, one of these days, I'm going to have a club of my own.
It's great when it shows a profit, but you can lose your shirt if things go bad.
I'll take my chances. I'm a little tired of being here night after night, checking the waiters and keeping books. Someday I'm...
Okay, you both of you freeze.
Stick up.
That's right. You won't need all these lights in here in case somebody gets nosy and looks in. Yeah. Is he good enough for what I want?
And what is that?
All the dough in front of you guys. I want to live to report that a masked man in a checkered suit did the sticking up, shove all that money in a bag, and make it quick. It ain't that I'm nervous, you understand, just as this Tommy gun is.
Do it, Ted.
I'll be darned if I will. I'm going to show this...
Silly boy. Are you other guy going to be brave and dead or smart and alive? Work fast before somebody pokes his head in here.
I'll get you your money.
Step on it, then. Too bad the customers can't see this act. This would really be a floor show for them. Because as soon as I get that dough, me and the dough are going to disappear right before your eyes.
No, I'm sorry, Markham. I haven't found out a thing.
You read about the murder at that nightclub last night, Vance?
Yes, the checkered suit killer again. And he did his vanishing act again, I understand. He's getting a little too cute, Markham.
Cute? He's getting ridiculous. There's no known way of arresting a man who can be 3 places at once and turn invisible at will.
There's a reasonably simple explanation for all that, Markham, I'm sure. For instance, there isn't one man involved, but 3 or possibly 4, all answering the same general description and all wearing checkered suits.
That's right.
As for the...
I beg your pardon. Mr. Vance?
That's right. I'll call you back, Markham. I have a visitor.
Good enough. Bye, Vance.
Goodbye. Please come in, won't you? You make a very attractive picture framed in the doorway, but this chair will be just as flattering, I'm sure.
Thank you. Vance, do you know who I am?
The fallacy of my life is that I am so very familiar with a lot of things that aren't half as interesting.
Thank you. The fallacy of my life is that I've heard too many things that aren't half as interesting.
It would surprise me greatly if this kind of talk was the reason you came to my office.
You needn't be surprised. It isn't. Vance, my name is Walker, Elise Walker, and we have business to discuss.
Have we?
Yes.
What about?
Oh, it's about this crime wave now going on. The shootings and hold-ups done by the man in the checkered suit. According to the papers, the police are baffled.
You mean because they can't figure how one man can be in so many different places at the same time?
Something like that.
That's easily explained. The crimes are being committed by more than one man. I still don't see what brought you to me, Miss Walker.
I have been rather indirect, haven't I?
Mm-hmm.
Vance, I came to you because I want $1 million.
Your desire is understandable, but your coming to me for it isn't. I don't have $1 million.
Oh.
And haven't you heard, Miss Walker, getting $1 million isn't quite as easy as that. You've got to do something more than just go up to a total stranger and ask for it.
Yes, I know all that. But still, I want the $1 million, and strangely enough, I think you're going to want to get it for me.
I'm a little selfish that way. I always had the idea that I was going to make my first $1 million for myself.
Oh, it isn't your money I want. It's the city's.
It isn't information I want, it's clarity.
All right. Now, before I begin, let me tell you this. If you were twice as clever as you are, you could never prove this conversation between you and me ever took place. And if you ever accuse me of saying what I'm about to say, I'm going to laugh it off.
I think you've made your point. Now, what is this about $1 million?
I want $1 million for turning over to you, or to the police, the men in the checkered suits, the men responsible for the recent robberies and shootings.
Where are you going to find them?
I know where they are.
Oh.
And I know where the $1 million are, too.
Do you?
Yes. They're in the city treasury. You can go to your friend Markham, the district attorney, and act as intermediary in the deal.
Yes, I suppose I could if I had any inclination to.
Well, you have regard for people, Vance. You don't want to see innocent people being killed. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
Very well, then. I can stop all that. But if you don't go to see Markham, and when you see him, sell him on the idea of giving me $1 million, then this city will see the greatest crime wave, the most horrible reign of terror in its history. Think it over, Vance. You have until tomorrow.
This is District Attorney Markham. The checkered murder case opened when 3 different people in various parts of the city reported they had been assaulted at the same time by a masked man wearing a checkered suit who became invisible. Philo Vance is certain that a gang is at work and indicated to me that he had something terribly important to say, but believed he'd wait for further developments. All he said was that an attractive woman was involved in the checkered gang, a woman whose identity I do not know and whose whereabouts are a complete mystery. She might be...
Where's Pete, Georgie? He was supposed to be back a half hour ago.
Search me, Miss Walker.
I have an idea he stopped off somewhere after he completed his mission. If he did, I wish he hadn't.
Pete's okay, Miss Walker. And you know something?
What?
He looks good in a checkered suit. Me, I've got his color and I'm his height, but on me, nothing looks good. I wish I looked good in checks like he does.
I wish you were here. He's supposed to have a report on the bank vaults over at First National. I told him to put on a blue serge suit and to rent a safety deposit box so he could get close to the inside and draw a sketch for us.
Well, that's our next job, huh?
Yeah.
You sure did a pretty one on a nightclub. How much we get on that, Miss Walker?
You'll get your...
Hi.
Where have you been, Pete?
Where you sent me? Over to the bank.
What kept you so long?
I got delayed.
You left there over an hour ago. Where have you been?
I had to go see my girl. She called me up. I had to go see her.
She told you to go see her, and I told you to come right back. But you listened to her.
Oh, half hour one way or another don't make no difference.
It does to me.
Now, wait a minute, boss. Ain't you getting a little silly?
What?
They said, ain't you getting a little silly? A guy's got a right to see his girl once in a while. Guys get... Miss Walker.
Boss, don't.
I go to see my girl. The boss shoots me. Honest, boss, it wasn't worth it.
Well, Georgie, any questions?
Not me, boss. I ain't got any girl.
Perhaps I should have waited until after he told me the bank plans. Oh, now you'll have to go.
That my next assignment?
Yeah, no. No, get rid of this body first. I don't care what you do with it, but get rid of it. And do it on schedule. That understood?
Sure. Why not?
By tomorrow morning at 11, I want the plans to the bank vault and a description of how you got rid of the body.
Okay.
And, tell Eddie what happened.
You mean that you knocked off Pete? Why should I do that?
Why?
Yeah.
Because he has a girlfriend, too.
The day's almost over, Vance, and your mysterious lady friend hasn't called you.
I know, Markham, but she will. She was very definite about wanting to cross her gang for $1 million.
What kind of a mind would dream up an idea like that, Vance? It's the strangest and most unreal thing I've ever heard of.
Of course, it's ridiculous, my friend, but that doesn't make the woman any the less dangerous. The idea is not normal, and probably she isn't either. But the fact of the matter is that she is a menace.
Well, what are we going to do when, as, and if she calls or appears?
I don't know. All I know is what we're not going to do. We're not going to give her any $1 million.
What kind of a woman can she be, I wonder?
She could be an attractive one, if it weren't for her eyes. They're ice cold. What was it the man said once? The eyes are the windows of the soul.
That's right.
Miss Walker, if that quotation has any basis in fact, has a frosted soul. Personally, I'd feel more at home with...
Oh, finally.
I hope it's she. Hello?
Van?
That's right, this Miss Walker.
Yes. I told you I'd call. I'm calling.
You want to know what decision I've made as to your proposition?
That's exactly what I want to know. Have you spoken to Markham?
You can deliver the checkered killers?
Definitely.
Mr. Markham is with me now. He'd like to know that for sure. Can he meet you somewhere?
Why not? I'll drive down to the end of Neck Road and be waiting for him in about an hour.
It's rather late for an unescorted young lady to be in that deserted section.
I have nothing to worry about. The only thing people fear in this town is the checkered gang. And they work for me. Remember?
You realize, of course, that instead of sitting here in my car, I could arrest you this minute, Miss Walker, after what you've told me.
Oh, you couldn't make it stick, Markham, and you know it. Why didn't Vance come with you to meet me?
He didn't say. Getting back to you and your proposition, you know, there's never been anything quite like this done in any city.
There's never been anybody quite like me in any city.
Yes.
Let me tell you something that I didn't tell Vance.
Yes?
Suppose you do catch one of the checkered killers. There are half a dozen waiting to take his place. They're all well paid and well organized. $1 million is cheap to get rid of them.
$1 million of taxpayers' money used to make a deal with a criminal organization.
Why not? Who's going to benefit if there's no checkered gang? The public, of course. This makes sense. Very good sense.
Not to me, it doesn't, boy.
Who are you?
Apparently he's one of my boys, Markham. Checkered suit, mask, dark. Who are you?
You said it right, lady. I'm one of your boys.
Mm-hmm.
One of your boys that followed you out here to find out what was going on.
What?
I found out. Miss Walker, don't do that.
What
I'm
you...
going to take your hand
No,
back.
give
It's
that
liable
back.
to go up. Give me.
Look, whoever you are, I'm not
Shut
gonna...
up. Boys, this is the district attorney. And you were going to make a deal with him, weren't you?
Well?
I don't know what I'm going to do with you. But as for the DA, he gets this. I think he'll be more comfortable laying out here in the road, so out of the car he goes. Move over to the wheel, boss. You're driving me back to the hideout where I can tell the boys what you were up to. They're going to have something to say about what you was trying to do. And they're going to do more than just say it. Believe me.
The next thing I knew, Eddie, she yanked out a gun and shot Pete.
Yeah?
Right where you're standing.
Holy
Shot him like she was
whoa.
putting on lipstick. That's how calm she was.
She's ice, that broad, Georgie. Ice.
Then she tells me what to do about the bank vault. Says to get rid of Pete's body, just like that.
Yeah.
Honest, that dame is tougher than any guy I know.
You ain't kidding, Georgie. You ain't kidding. No, sir. Well, did you get rid of it?
Sure. Think I want to...
What's the matter?
What is it?
Hey, guys, relax.
Oh.
I just brought the boss here so you could hear what's been going on.
Don't believe him. He's making the whole thing up.
Yeah, what whole thing?
The boss was trying to make a deal to turn all of us into the district attorney.
Don't be fooled.
Wait a minute. You with the gun. Who are you?
I'm wearing a checkered suit, ain't I?
Yeah?
I'm wearing a mask, ain't I?
Yeah.
I'm one of you guys. She hired me yesterday. I followed her out the Neck Road about an hour ago and had to make a deal with the DA, so I dragged her back here.
That's not true. I never saw him before. I'll prove it to you. I'll yank off that...
Keep your hands away from...
There we are. See, boys? It's Philo Vance.
Grab his arm, Eddie. Grab the gun.
I'll get the gun. You get him. Eddie, use your blackjack.
All right. Well, Miss Walker, we done it. We knocked him cold. Good, grabbing his gun like you done. That made it easy. Only he put up quite a scrap.
So that's Philo Vance, huh? He sent a friend of mine up. This one's on me. Give me your gun, Georgie, huh?
Sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Vance, you can't hear me, but just for luck, I'm saying goodbye.
Nobody in that room move. My men have machine guns.
That's Markham. He's bluffing. He's alone. Let him have it, boys.
Okay. Hold it, everybody. I said hold it. Keep me covered from here in case they're not as dead as they look. I'm going in through this window. Okay, right. Just hope we didn't get here too late. That's Vance lying on the floor. If he's been hurt... Vance.
Hello, Markham.
Easy, old boy.
Finally got here, eh?
Yes.
Just a swell scrap, my friend. I almost handled the two of them.
Missed a rather interesting gun battle. Both of the men are dead, as you can see, and I think the girl...
Girl is still alive, D.A. Oh, I don't think she will be much longer. Your cops shoot too straight.
Yes, they do. Well, Miss Walker, I think the best thing we can do is get you to a hospital.
Oh, don't kid me. I never last the ambulance ride. Well, I guess this is it, eh? Funny, I wanted $1 million, and this is how I get paid off. I wanted gold and got paid off in lead.
Well, Vance, I'd say that the only thing I don't understand about the Checkered Gang is how they turned invisible. That still sticks in my mind as impossible.
It is, Martin. The invisible gimmick was a trick. The checkered suits were only checkered in front. The back was solid black. That applies to the back of the gray hats they wore, too. They worked in darkness or semi-darkness. The whole thing was planned to have a theatrical effect on the victims.
And it practically had the same effect on me. You're quite an actor yourself, Vance. When you showed up in that checkered suit and mask out on Neck Road, I wasn't sure it was you at all.
I wanted it that way. The blank cartridge I fired at you didn't hurt any, did it?
No, but the bump when I landed on the road did. You ought to be more careful how you throw corpses out of the car.
A corpse couldn't complain. Only did it so it would be logical for Miss Walker to drive me to the hideout so you and the police could follow us.
Oh, I see.
It was the only way I knew to get her to take me to the gang.
Well, you saved the city $1 million tonight, Vance. And tonight saw the end of Miss Walker's overambitious plans.
That it did. But, Markham, most important of all, tonight saw the end of the checkered murder case.
Calling all detectives. Some people will go to any lengths to amuse their party guests, up to and including staging fake burglaries. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. It's never good business for a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, to show off in public. But the man who walked into my office earned his living by doing just that. I'm Alvin Hartwell, a professional party giver. You put up the dough, I put on the show, with a guarantee to register you in the social register. Not me, Mr. Hartwell. I don't want to crash society. Wrong, Mr. Browning. You do want to be in society, because I'll pay you to be there. Tomorrow night's the time, the Robertson home is the place, and you are the star attraction. Yeah? And what do? Juggle? Hartwell grinned. Well, not exactly. This would be a Roomba party. Everybody who's anybody would be present. Object to get the Robertsons accepted by the Bon Ton. At the moment, there's a slight resistance to them, which is where you figure. Okay. But so far, I don't like anything I've heard, Mr. Hartwell. That's because you haven't heard the crack of the fresh money yet, but you will. Oh, yes, you will. Mrs. Robertson has a strand of superb emeralds, and I'm going to stage a fake robbery during the party, give the guests a thrill, get the Robertsons' names in the papers, and get another detective. Hartwell smiled, reached into his wallet, brought out a bunch of crisp bills. I'm not suggesting anything illegal, Mr. Browning. It's all in fun. Good publicity. And for you, $1, $2, $3, $4, $500 paid in advance for one night's work. I looked at the money and... you just hired yourself a detective. Against my better judgment, I agreed to attend a party and recover some emeralds after a fake robbery staged for publicity purposes. I got to the party early, but Hartwell, the professional party giver, was already there. He dragged me over and introduced me to my host and hostess. Robertson looked at me doubtfully. Mr. Browning, what do you think of this fake robbery idea? Personally, Mr. Robertson, I don't like it a bit, but a job's a job. Robertson nodded, mumbled something about Hartwell knowing his business. I took a good look at Mrs. Robertson's emeralds. They were worth looking at. Then Hartwell tugged at my arm. Come with me, Jerry, and I'll show you how we work the act. Hartwell led me to a big potted palm directly below where the orchestra, Don Jose and his boys, were setting up their instruments. At midnight, just as the folks are heading into the banquet table in the supper room, somebody will pull the light switch. While the lights are off, Mrs. Robertson will slip off her emeralds, pass them to me, and I'll hide them right here in this palm box. She'll announce the loss, you identify yourself as Jerry Browning, the famous detective, and instantly, without stalling, you find the emeralds. Wait a second. I put on a big grandstand about what a terrific guy I am, and then presto changeo, I find the stuff? Right. Wrong. I quit. I won't make a monkey of myself for $500 or $5,000. Hartwell reasoned with me, pleaded, and finally I agreed to a modification of his wacky plan. No grandstanding, and for me to find the jewels after a search of reasonable duration. We left it at that, and I mingled with the growing crowd. Almost before I knew it, it was midnight.
Supper is served.
People started to move into the next room. I caught a glimpse of the Robertsons with Hartwell standing near them. Then, right for a few seconds, there was a lot of milling around. Then the lights went on again. I looked at Mrs. Robertson again. Sure enough, her emeralds were gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Robertson's emeralds seem to have disappeared. However, we are fortunate to have present Jerry Browning, America's foremost detective. Mr. Browning, will you find Mrs. Robertson's missing emeralds?
I tried not to blush, said I'd be glad to look for the stuff. I asked people nearby a few perfunctory questions. Then, I suggest that everybody go in for supper, and I'll try to find the necklace, which I think is hidden in this room. When the last guest had left the room, I walked over to the potted palm and poked around a bit in it. Then began to dig in earnest. It was also in vain, because Mrs. Robertson's emeralds were not there. I dashed into the supper room. Okay, who's got the necklace? And this time I'm not kidding about it. It took a couple of minutes for the Robertsons and Hartwell to realize that I meant what I was saying. And then Mrs. Robertson promptly fainted. I paid no attention to her. I'll still consider it a joke if whoever has the necklace will hand it over this second. Otherwise, everybody gets searched. Hartwell jumped up.
You can't search these people. There's a cream of society.
Cream or skim milk, they all get searched. And that includes you, Hartwell. That's when Robertson spoke up.
Mr. Browning, I'm sure there's been a mistake. I will personally vouch for all my guests, including Mr. Hartwell. If you cannot find the necklace where it has perhaps been dropped, then I'm willing to consider the matter closed and to relieve you of further responsibility.
Well, it was a nice gesture. And watching his face as he spoke, I was positive that he wasn't kidding. The necklace was really gone, and he meant to take the loss rather than embarrass his guests. I walked on back to the ballroom. Gazed at the palm I'd ruined. No use searching there anymore. I dug right down to the roots. My eyes wandered up to the musicians' platform where Don Jose, the band leader, was packing away some instruments. Hey, you all through playing for the night?
No, senor. Well, after supper, when people are full with the good food and wine, we play the slower music, so we do not need the maracas, yes?
Maybe yes, maybe no. I think I'd like to look at those maracas right now. Don Jose didn't want to part with his bean-filled goods. In fact, he was so anxious to keep me from looking at them that he tried to pull a blackjack on me. And when anybody does that, he's talking my language. Yep, the necklace was inside one of the maracas. Don Jose had overheard me talking with Hartwell and decided to acquire a nice necklace for himself, so he snatched it out of the palm box the moment Hartwell dropped it there. In court, he claimed it was a joke, and the judge was smiling when he handed down a 3-year sentence. As for Robertson, he got such a newspaper play for his big gesture in vouching for his guests that society took him and his wife right in. Maybe that's good. I wouldn't know. What I do know is, like I said, when you do tricks to be the life of the party, always make sure you're not being a party to crime. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Most Saturdays at this time, we spend an exciting half hour of adventure and action with America's public hero #1, Hopalong Cassidy. Well, even two-fisted cowboys take summer vacations when they can, and Hoppy is no exception. But Hopalong and Topper will be back with us riding the CBS air trails again 3 weeks from tonight, September 22nd.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, Nether, Netherland.
There are times when life makes no sense at all. When confusion is the keynote and all we do is run in ever-tightening circles. The 1 and 1 is 2 school is closed and nothing comes out even. In the 30 hours just past, I'd wrapped up a case and considerable of my youthful zest along with it. I was bone-tired. When I reached my apartment, sank deep into my bed. It wasn't so much to sleep, but to die a little. And I was not long dead. Oh, okay. Where are those slippers? Okay. Who needs more than 15 minutes sleep? Yeah.
Mr. Marlowe, I've got to see you. It's very important.
Yeah, it better be.
It's awfully late, I know. You're nice to let me in.
Did I let you in?
Yes. Just now. You're not still asleep, are you?
No. No, I don't think so. You see, I always sleep lying down. It's a habit.
You must know I wouldn't bother you this way if it weren't that... Well, someone's following me, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh?
He's been following me for I don't know how long. I'm so frightened.
Oh, come on. How about a cup of coffee, huh?
Oh, really, Mr. Marlowe, I don't think you're listening to me. I can make it worth your while. I wish you'd wake up.
Yeah, well, that's what coffee's for. Come on. You can talk to me while I make it, Now, you were saying someone's following you.
A man.
Naturally. Who is it?
I don't know.
Uh-huh. Well, sit down over there at the kitchen table. This won't take long.
Thank you.
Now, why would anybody be following you? That's the silliest question I've asked in days.
But it isn't silly. I've tried to figure it out myself. I haven't done anything. I don't have anything.
Yes. Well, we'll let that go. Look, maybe I ought to know your name, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Carolyn Shepherd.
Don't be sorry. I'm glad you're Carolyn Shepherd.
Why?
Well, because it beats the heck out of being George Shepherd.
Dee Dee said she thought you'd help me. That's why I came.
Dee Dee?
My roommate, Dee Dee Reynolds.
Oh.
She doesn't know you or anything. She just said if she were troubled, like I am, she'd get in touch with you.
Yeah, well, that's nice of Dee Dee. Does she know somebody's been following you?
No, I haven't told anyone. Oh. I don't know her very well. We haven't lived together long. I don't know. I didn't want to frighten her, too. So I just told her something that sounded all right. And she said she'd heard about you. Oh, your water's boiling.
Oh, thanks. Does he ever call you?
No, we don't have a phone.
Oh.
The landlady lives right next to us, the next apartment. We use hers. But he never tries to call me, as far as I know.
Well, does he ever come to your door or approach you in any way?
Sometimes he gets very close. That is, almost before I know it, there he is. But then I run, and he's never caught up with me yet.
Well, he could just be watching you then, huh?
Yes, I guess so. But why?
I don't know. Maybe we can find out. Did you see him tonight?
Yes. He was out in front of the apartment house for a while. I don't think he followed me over here, but he may have. Can you see the street from those windows?
Mm-hmm. See anything?
No, nothing. Oh, Mr. Marlowe, what will I do?
Well, right now, honey, you'll have a cup of coffee. I'll take a quick shower and a shave, and then we'll...
He might come.
Oh, the doors are locked. If you hear anything, just bang on the bathroom door.
You won't be long.
No. Sure not. Be back before you know it. It was now 2:30 in the morning. Although I was still gray and half dead inside, my eyes found a new reason for being wide open. Carolyn Shepherd was not just an attractive girl. She was slightly sensational. Statuesque would be the term. She was almost shoulder height with ash blonde, long hair. Her smoky blue eyes were half wild with fear and searching. But there were promises in them. And her figure was the kind that you didn't mention in polite society. How's the coffee coming, Carolyn? Carolyn? Hey, where'd you go? Oh, come on, the coffee couldn't be that bad. Carolyn! That's the craziest thing I ever heard of. The door was locked, all right. It's funny, she's gone. Carolyn!
Hello.
Oh, hi, Simon.
You lose something, Mr. Marlowe? Something named Carolyn?
Yeah, it looks like it. You didn't see her out in the hall by any chance?
I don't believe I did, Miss Scott. I've noticed her.
I'm not so sure.
You ran out on you, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you dog.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Where'd you go? Oh, there. What's out the window?
Thought she might still be down on the street.
Who?
Carolyn.
Oh, ran out on you.
You said that.
What did you do, man?
You'll never believe it.
Oh, come on, now tell me now. What did you do?
I took a shower.
You took a shower? Oh, ran out on you.
Simon was listening badly, but enjoying a good laugh when I left him. Back inside the apartment, I reached for a cigarette and a few conclusions. Her name was Carolyn Shepherd. Someone was following her. She'd been here, and she was gone. That's all I knew. I looked at the clock, 2:45. I remember the coffee I'd made, started to the kitchen to get a cup when my foot and eye caught something at the same time. It was a billfold. The driver's license said Carolyn Shepherd, and it gave a Yucca address, apartment 3. Physical description didn't do her justice. But it heightened my memory, and I was there in no time.
What is it?
I'm looking for Carolyn Shepard.
Oh, you were? Well, she isn't here. I don't know her, but I'd like to meet that young woman sometime.
It's a pleasure, believe me. Now, look, I'm sorry.
You're always sorry. Between the freeway by day and the traffic at this door by night, on account of Carolyn Shepard, body can't get any rest or sleep.
I'm really sorry. I know it's late, but
Late?
see...
I can't imagine what kind of a person she is, that men can knock on her door, or any door they think is hers at all hours. I'm not going to stand for it. I'm going to move. And someday I'll meet this young Shepard person, and I'll give her a good thrashing.
You do that, but just tell me one thing.
I'll tell you nothing.
How long have you lived here?
6 weeks. 6 of the most miserable weeks of my life.
Thanks. Very much.
My goodness, what's going on out here?
I guess I have the wrong address. I didn't mean to wake everybody up.
Why, you didn't wake me up. Just Mr. Norton, I guess. I guess it's insomnia. I just practically never sleep nights.
You ought to get together with Mr. Norton. He tells me he has the same kind of trouble.
He isn't a very pleasant old gentleman, is he?
No.
Oh, my. I guess I should introduce myself. I'm Hester Hutchison. I'm the manager of the building.
Oh, well, maybe you can help me then. I'm trying to locate Carolyn Shepard. This is the only address I've got for her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sorry?
Carolyn did live here, but she moved about 6 weeks ago. And for some reason or other, I never understood really, she didn't want to leave any forwarding address.
I see. Well, thanks, Miss Hutchison.
Oh, not at all, not at all.
I hope I didn't disturb you, really.
Oh, my goodness, no. As I said, I'm sort of given to this insomnia or whatever it is. Well, as a matter of fact, I just baked a coffee cake. Sounds silly, I know. But I get some of my best ideas at night. And tonight it was coffee cake.
Coffee cake, huh?
If you'd care for some, I'd be, you'd just be more than welcome.
Oh, that's nice, Miss Hutchison. But you see, I get some of my best ideas at night, too, and I got one right now about going home to bed. I could sleep. I knew I could. I could have been sleeping at least an hour if Carolyn Shepard hadn't decided to come into my life and go out again. Well, I didn't know where else to look for her, so I decided to give my little trundle bed another whirl. I'd gotten about 10 out of the usual 40 winks. Oh, no. Yeah?
Mr. Marlowe?
I think so.
I'm Dee Reynolds, Mr. Marlowe.
Well, that's swell.
I guess she isn't, but is Carolyn Shepard still there?
No, she is... Who'd you say this was?
I'm her roommate, Dee Reynolds. She hasn't come home, Mr. Marlowe. I'm so worried. I came next door to phone. Has she been gone long?
Yes, she has. Now, look, Dee.
Oh, I was afraid of that. Oh, Mr. Marlowe, something's happened.
Wait a minute. What's happened?
I just know she's been killed.
Easy. Listen to me, will you?
Poor Carol.
Dee. Listen, Dee, where do you live? Dee. Oh, fine.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, James Fassett brings you the second part of his two-program series of Holland Music Festival selections, along with a few colorful words about the music, customs, and people of Holland as he observed them. That's on your invitation to music tomorrow afternoon on most of these same CBS radio stations. Listen to tomorrow for your string serenade featuring Jerry Windsor with his singing strings in Music All America Loves. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, Nether, Netherland.
I was wide awake again and furious, because somewhere in Los Angeles there was another telephone recently put on its cradle. I didn't know where it was or how to make it ring. Somewhere in Los Angeles, too, were a couple of near-hysterical females, neither of whom had any regard for my sleeping habits. Dee had jumped to a conclusion about Carolyn that I wasn't buying, probably because I didn't want to. Well, it was beginning to turn gray outside, and the jarring thump of the paper grazing my door told me a new dawn was with us.
You still looking for that girl, Mr. Marlowe?
Morning, Simon. You still bouncing off walls?
I am confronted with something of a problem, Marlowe.
So am I.
Someone in the night, mind you, has moved my apartment.
No.
Yes, I've looked all over the neighborhood, and it is gone.
Yeah, well, you just hang on. It'll be back.
Oh, it has to be. It just has to come home to me. Oh, say, did you ever find her, Marlowe? Her.
No, never did.
Yeah, you were taking a shower then.
Yes.
Oh, Marlowe, you dog.
Fine. You like coffee cake, Simon?
Oh, my dear Marlowe, I not only like it, I respect it. And I'd be proud to join you in some of it. I'd just be proud.
No, not me, Simon. About 3 blocks from here, over on Yucca. Ask for Hester.
I thank you, Marlowe, from my heart of hearts. I thank you.
Hail and farewell, Simon. Go. Well, let's see what's in the paper. International situation. Inflation. Holy smoke. Police late last night found an unidentified woman beaten and unconscious in the Beechwood area near the Hollywood Hills. The young woman, tall and blonde, was taken immediately to the police receiving hospital in Hollywood, where her condition is reported as serious.
She fits the description of that Shepherd girl's driver's license, all right, Mr. Marlowe. She's pretty banged up, though. Might be tough to identify her.
Yeah, what time did they find her?
About 3 o'clock this morning, I think.
Mm-hmm.
We were figuring robbery, since her wallet and most of the stuff in her purse is missing. Oh, here we are.
Oh.
Yeah, she's still out. Pretty doped up, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
She the one?
No, she isn't.
You sure?
Yeah, hair's too blonde.
Well, maybe she's had a quick dye job since you saw her last, huh?
Very funny.
Well, we'd like to wrap this thing up, you know. If you could identify her, we'd be part out of the woods.
I'd like to help you out, but she's not Carolyn Shepherd. How about it? Will she live?
This one?
This one.
No, hasn't got a chance.
You get that way, I guess, watching the inhuman parade of human stretcher cases into a police hospital. I wouldn't have his job. The sunlight was fresh and warm outside, and the coffee I got at the Three Stool joint next door was neither. The now you're sleeping, now you're not routine of the night before hadn't exactly made me razor sharp. But by now I was alert enough to study Carolyn's wallet a little more intently. There was $12 in it, and stashed in with the bills a book of check stubs on a Hollywood bank. Don't let anyone tell you that banks don't open till 10 o'clock. If you make like breaking down a glass door, they'll let you in. And if you cause them that much trouble, they'll give you the address you ask for and send you on your way in a hurry. I felt better about this address for Carolyn. Dee Dee Reynolds was listed on the card in the mailbox, too.
Yes?
You must be Dee Dee, and I must be Philip Marlowe.
Oh, yes, Mr. Marlowe. Come in.
Thanks. I'm just supposing that Carolyn made it home all right. You seem to have a better grip on things than you did a few hours ago.
Oh, I have. I don't usually go to pieces that way, but I was terrified. Really terrified. She came home shortly after I called you.
Sleeping now?
No. As a matter of fact, she just stepped next door to use Mrs. Landsberg's phone. She'll be right back, I know. Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thanks, I will.
I had 3 chairs in my house. 1 for solitude, 2 for friendship, 3 for society.
Is that so? Which one am I sitting on now?
Oh, you don't know the quote. It's Thoreau.
Oh, well, I'm impressed.
I shouldn't flaunt my knowledge that way. It's just that I've been nervous lately. I always read Thoreau when I'm nervous.
Well, aside from Thoreau, how much do you know about Carolyn?
Not very much. She doesn't let anyone know very much.
Oh?
I know she's worried. She watches at the window, and she jumps when there's a knock at the door. She acts like someone's after her all the time. I told her to see you.
That's nice.
Society is commonly too cheap. We meet at very short intervals, not having had time to acquire any new value for each other.
You quote a good deal, don't you?
Thoreau reaches me.
How about Frank Laszlo?
Frank Laszlo?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Is he a well-known writer?
I wouldn't know. I thought Carolyn might have mentioned him.
No, not that I know of. Of course, we keep pretty much to ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Which one of you smokes cigars?
What?
In the ashtray on that table there.
Why, for heaven's sakes. I never even noticed it. That's odd. Of course, I was gone early last evening. Went to the library.
Oh.
Maybe someone was here to see Carolyn.
Yeah, that could be.
Well, hello, Mr. Marlowe. I'm so glad to see you.
Are you?
You don't know how glad. Dee Dee, would you... I promised Mrs. Landsberg I'd water the lawn, fore and aft anyway. It's the nearest thing I can get to Thoreau's Life in the Woods. I love a broad margin to my life.
The swiftest traveler is he that goes afoot.
Mr. Marlowe, you do know Thoreau.
See you later, Dee Dee.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. A real pleasure. She's an amazing girl, isn't she?
So are you. You did a great disappearing act last night.
I know. I felt so strange there. I knew he was around somewhere, and then I saw him down the street in front of your apartment. I had to run. I went out the back, down the fire escape.
But you didn't come home for quite a while.
Well, there's an all-night diner over on Franklin. I stayed there a long time. I was so frightened. I still am. It's got to stop, Mr. Marlowe. Whoever he is, he has to leave me alone.
Who's Frank Laszlo, Carolyn?
Why do you ask?
Well, I looked through the check stubs in your wallet. You made weekly payments of $50 to Frank Laszlo for several months, up until 2 weeks ago.
Well, he's just a family friend, Mr. Marlowe. He loaned me some money, and I've been paying him back.
Yeah, but $50 a week is pretty much and pretty often.
Well, I wanted to clear up the debt as soon as I could.
I thought you had no family.
I haven't. But we've known Mr. Laszlo for years. You see, I inherited a small amount when my father died, just last year. It was tied up for a while, and Mr. Laszlo just helped me over the breach, that's all.
Does he live in town?
No, he doesn't. If you're thinking he has anything to do with my trouble, Mr. Marlowe, you're very wrong. I wouldn't want him to know about it at all.
You know, Carolyn, you never described this guy who's been following you. You know, I wouldn't even know what kind of a fellow to look for.
Well, he's short for a man, not quite as tall as I am. And he's muscular looking. I think he's dark, too, although he usually wears a hat and a gray suit.
Does he smoke cigars?
I've never noticed that he does, no.
You don't work anywhere, do you?
How can I hold a job in the state I'm in? Oh, no, I just look and wait.
What is it?
I knew it. He's out there, Mr. Marlowe.
Where?
I just got in that car, the big convertible at the curb.
Okay, honey, come on, let's go.
He must know we're following him the way he's driving.
Yeah, he can lose us with that job, too. Those babies can really take off.
Look, he's moving over into the right lane.
Probably going to turn. Well, we're going with him. Hang on, honey.
We can't lose him. We can't.
We won't. He's pulling into that parking lot.
Well, sir, we made quite a chase of it, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Get out of that car.
I was just about to... You know, you really shouldn't try to keep up with a car like mine. I was just toying with you that time. Now, if you want to make a real race of it...
Now, wait a minute. How tall are you?
Oh, I'm quite tall, really. 6'7" in my stocking feet. How tall are you?
It doesn't matter.
Why, what's the matter, young lady?
She'll be all right. She's just a little disappointed. Come on.
No. You mustn't take it so seriously, young lady. Your companion here made a good race of it, considering he was up against great odds.
Yeah, thanks. Mr.
Oldfield. Pius Oldfield.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Oh, I don't know how I could have made such a mistake. But he did look like him, Mr. Marlowe. Until he stood up, I really thought...
All right, honey, forget it. You're pretty tired and upset, and you're almost home now, huh?
I don't want to be alone. He'll come.
Don't worry, I'll stick around. Nobody will bother you.
He must. I'm so tired. So afraid.
Take it easy, honey. We can't strike out all the time. Hey, looks like Dee Dee's made a friend watering the yard.
Oh, no.
What?
Mr. Marlowe, this time I'm sure of it. It's him. I know it is.
Cigar and all, huh? Okay, baby, we'll see. Come on.
No, I can't.
Come on, Carolyn. You gotta get with it, girl. Dee Dee, give me a hand, will you?
Carolyn, what's wrong?
She's pretty upset. Take her in the apartment, will you?
Oh, sure, I will.
Who's the guy with the cigar?
Well, he didn't say. He asked for Carolyn.
Okay. Hey, you! Hold it! I don't think so, buddy. I said hold it or I'll ram that cigar down your throat.
don't look so tough. That's how I fool them.
Are you hurt?
No. Go back to Carolyn. Get her in the apartment.
Well, she's in Mrs. Lansbury's. She's not making much sense either. Just
Nothing's
crying
making
and
any
mumbling
sense.
things. Oh, he's really out cold.
Yeah, now look, take a look in there. His auto registration. Read it to me.
Oh, let's see. Frank Laszlo,
Uh-huh.
something, Kling Street, Barstow, California.
I thought so.
Did you?
Never mind. Go back with Carolyn now and stay with her. If she says anything, memorize it like you do with Thoreau.
But where are you taking
Where I hope he belongs. I'll be right back.
Hey, you keep dropping in like this, and we'll be old friends, Mr. Marlowe.
Never mind that. What shape's he in?
Looks like a minor concussion. He'll be around in a little while. Who hit him?
A very dear friend of mine. Look, keep him here, will you, and keep an eye on him. I'll be back maybe with another customer for you.
Hey, we'll make you a rate.
And you can save us both some time if you get one of the boys at the station to call Barstow. Find out anything they can about Frank Laszlo and a girl named Carolyn Shepard. You can reach me at the Landsberg phone number I looked up on Cherokee.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, gee, I'm glad you're back.
How's Carolyn?
Come in and listen to her. I'm scared to death.
Yeah.
I remember. Mail that checks the Barstow. Oh, I must remember. That's the mail checker. Got so much to forget, too. Forget and remember. It's been going on like that ever since you left.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
I don't know for sure yet.
Steve, you can't be everywhere. Everywhere I look, you can't be anywhere. You're dead, Steve. Don't you know you're dead?
Take it easy, Carolyn. Easy.
Oh, that's Mrs. Lansford's phone. I told her I'd answer it while she was out.
Go ahead. It could be for me.
Okay.
Carolyn, you're okay.
Who are you? No. Steve. It can't be you, Steve. You're dead.
I'm not Steve, Carolyn.
Steve, you're dead. Don't you remember, Steve? I killed you. But you won't go away. You won't go away. It's for you, Mr. Marlowe. It's the police.
Yeah, I know. I'll get it.
She's... What's wrong with her, Mr. Marlowe?
She fainted. She'll be okay. Yeah. She'll leave Mrs. Lansbury's door open?
Oh, sure. The phone's right there in her living room.
Thanks. Yeah?
Hey, Marlowe, that Barstow call was a rule.
Really?
That dame you mentioned, Shepard, she's wanted for murder.
Who'd she kill?
Her husband, Stephen Shepard, last March.
Mm-hmm. What about Laszlo?
Well, they're not sure out there. He was questioned at the time, but they couldn't get anything on him. The dame apparently just vanished until now.
Mm-hmm.
Last time they had Laszlo in for questioning a couple of weeks back, he said he didn't know where she was.
Must have a real bad memory, huh?
You bringing the dame in?
Yeah. I'll bring her in.
She all beat up, too? I can send the wagon.
No. I'll bring her. Just keep a straitjacket handy. Like I said, there are times when confusion is the keynote. Carolyn Shepard, poor sick kid, kept seeing the man she murdered. Saw him so often she believed it. And Frank Laszlo must have seen things, too. Enough to keep Carolyn paying him blackmail ever since she killed her husband. Did you ever stop to think of all the so-called nice, clean, upstanding citizens who carry a moral cesspool behind shining eyes and a sweet smile? Suddenly they make headlines. Like Carolyn. What's the line? For murder, though it hath no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, starring Gerald Moore, was produced and transcribed tonight by Cliff Howell and written for radio by Kathleen Height. Featured in the cast were Lorene Tuttle, Verna Felton, Shirley Mitchell, Howard McNear, Ted Osborne, and Cy Kendall. Gerald Moore may currently be seen in the Santana production Sirocco. The special music for Philip Marlowe is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time my plans for a fishing trip got caught in the line of a beautiful girl who didn't know upstream from downstream. I was in deep water for a while, but I finally caught my limit by using a special kind of bait.
There's a song that goes with this story, friends. The story is, starting tomorrow evening, you'll be able to laugh again at the adorable antics of America's favorite teenager, Careless Archer. Her boyfriend Dexter returns from vacation, too. So does her whole family. All of which means more Sunday night fun for your whole family when you meet Careless Archer Sunday nights on most of these same CBS radio stations. We said a song went with this story, didn't we? Well, here it is.
CBS.
B
For the best.
S
Yes, yes, yes. The stars that dress is CBS.
This is Clarence Cassell saying, remember, for the sweetest music this side of heaven, it's Guy Lombardo time, Sunday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington.
United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight's Counterspy report to the American people is brought to you in cooperation with the New York State Civil Defense Commission.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Baltimore and to the national headquarters of Super America Incorporated. And here is the chairman of Super America Incorporated, Henry Harrison Hector.
I have called this emergency meeting of you, our key Super America leaders from all over the country, to discuss the new crisis confronting our nation. The possibility of attack from the air by conventional means and, we fear, atomic bombs. All over the country, citizens are rallying to their local civil defense organizations. But, as in every crisis, everything cannot be left to government officials. It is up to us, Super Americans, to provide leadership. Wherever patriotic work is to be done, there you must see a Super American. Should disaster strike from the skies, it will be our Super American task to form the very backbone of civil defense.
You're right. You're darn right.
I see that you all understand. Presently, my secretary, Della Crane, will hand you your individual assignment sheets. We must make the civil defense of the United States our great objective. Thank you for your attention.
Very good speech, Mr. Hector.
I'll be sorry to lose you, Della. Are you sure you and Steve will be happy in Finnsburg?
No, but I'll do my best.
Steve's already been out there, found an apartment and a job.
The bonds between super Americans are very strong.
Better excuse me, Mr. Hector. I've got to give out the assignment sheet.
By all means, Della. Give us just a few weeks, and I think we super Americans will turn civil defense into civil collapse.
Let's continue, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? As you know, my name is Blair. I'm the zone director. I'm very happy to see so many new volunteers here tonight. During this week, I expect to make the final assignments. Aircraft spotters, communications helpers, medical aid helpers, and so on. I feel that by the end...
Mr. Blair, may I ask a question?
Why, certainly, Mr. Crane.
Well, do I understand you correctly that assignments haven't all been made yet?
Well, that's right, Mr. Crane. Most of the time so far has been spent in planning. Does that cover your question?
Well, yes, I guess so. For now, anyway.
As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, most of the time has been spent in planning, from the top down. We get our overall plans from the National Civil Defense Headquarters in Washington, then through our state director, down through our city director here in Finnsburg. Now, since this particular zone covers the most important industrial section of the city, this building is the main control center for the entire city. Now, are there any radio hams among you? Amateur radio operators?
Yeah, well, I know.
2, 3, 4. 4, that's fine. After the meeting, will you please report to Mr. Avery? That's Mr. Avery over by the window. You'll become the nucleus of a special squad to go right to the scenes of any disasters and report back by radio. Now, the next Yes, Mr. Crane?
Say, Mr. Blair, I'm new here, and maybe I oughtn't to open my yap, but... say, would you mind if I come right up front there so everybody can hear me?
No, not at all. Come right ahead.
I just take this whole thing so darn serious. Well, folks, my name's Steve Crane, and I just hit this fine city of yours today, and boy, from what I've seen so far, I'm going to be mighty happy about it. Yes, sir. Well, I've been sitting and listening to the interesting things Mr. Blair's been outlining, and I'm here to say that everything sounds great. The only trouble is, and I don't know just what we can do about it, the trouble is not much is definite. So much is still in the planning stage, you know what I mean?
Oh, Mr. Crane, I might explain to you...
I know you can't just do things without planning. We're all intelligent enough to know that, but here's what bothers me. Suppose somebody drops a bomb on us tomorrow. Where are we? Hiding our heads under a plan? No, I hate to criticize, and I don't want any of you to think that's what I'm doing, but holy smoke, what's been going on here since the trouble started in Korea way back in June?
Mr. Crane, I think you ought to realize
I know these things take time, but we got to work faster or nothing's any good. Being almost ready is like not being ready at all. Holy smoke, we'd all be better off getting out of the city. Now, what do you say we all...
Mr. Crane, please. I understand that to a newcomer like yourself, it may seem we've done very little. But I don't want anybody here to forget the enormous amount of work that's been done. Why...
Sure, Mr. Blair, I'm right behind you. And like I said, I don't want to talk out of turn, but I don't want anybody to kid themselves. How much time do you think we've got?
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Please, let's have some order and discipline here. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
To Counterspy headquarters from District 3, City 9. Local civil defense moving very slowly here lately. State Director believes people generally unaware of real danger. This field office lending personnel to step up recruiting. To Counterspy headquarters from District 19, City 3. Civil defense here at virtual standstill. Volunteers not carrying out assigned duties. This field office consulting with director. Will advise.
And we've been getting them like that from various spots all over the country, Mr. Harding.
Strange. Sort of a sudden paralysis.
The National Director of Civil Defense thinks that people just don't realize the danger.
I wonder. Well, people are all talking about the danger of war, of a sudden atomic attack. 2 days ago, I was in Ohio. It's a live subject there. Same in New York, on the West Coast, everywhere. Tremendous interest. All of a sudden, according to these reports, it dies out.
You're right back at the beginning, Chief. People just don't realize...
Peters, I'm not one of those who blames the people every time something goes wrong. Not until I'm sure nothing else is wrong. Peters, how many of our agents are now unassigned in the first classification?
Oh, maybe 10 or a dozen.
Well, good. Get those men together tonight here in my office. You be here, too.
I see you've got a scheme.
Yes, that's right. Now, from all these reports, we're going to pick out the localities having the most trouble. Then you fellows are going into those cities undercover to join the civil defense groups as ordinary citizens to find out, if you can, what's wrong.
And, frankly, I must admit, ladies and gentlemen, I've had to turn in a disappointing report to City Defense Headquarters. Not about you who are here, but about those who've been dropping out. And so tonight, I've got to ask you to get in touch with everyone you know. Find out why they seem so uninterested in what we're doing here. And
say, Mr. Blair.
Yes, Mr. Crane.
I can tell you right now what's eating everybody. I mean, those who aren't here.
Oh, can you?
I've talked to lots of people trying to get them in here to work, and they all say, what's the use? Nothing's ready. We're not getting the help we need from Washington. And I tell them, well, it's up to us, too.
Excuse me, please.
Yes?
If you'll allow me to interrupt the other speaker.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Well, I agree with what he says. People just don't have any faith in the civil defense outfits. Now, my name is Peterson. I've just come to Finnsburg. I'm a reporter on the Finnsburg Press. And let me tell you, we're helpless. And I just don't see any point in continuing...
Excuse me, Mr. Peterson, but I don't see any point in discouraging ourselves. And that's what we're doing, some of us. Oh, it's intended to help, I know.
Well, if you're just trying to protect a bunch of Washington incompetents, Mr. Blair, I don't see why...
I'm protecting no one, Mr. Peterson. We're all trying to protect ourselves. All right, that's all for tonight. I'll see you all and more, I hope, on Friday.
Say, Peterson. Peterson.
Yeah?
My name's Steve Crane. I'm the guy you cut in on.
Oh. Well, I hope you weren't sore, huh?
Oh, no, on the contrary. Glad to see somebody else here with the nerve to talk up. Say, are you busy the rest of the evening?
No.
You and me seem to agree on a lot of things. Why don't you come on home with me for a drink and see what else we agree on?
Oh, don't go yet, Mr. Peterson. Can't I give you another drink?
No, thanks, Mrs. Crane. It's really time I went home.
Oh, I'm glad you came home with me, Peterson. Glad to know you and me see eye to eye on a lot of this civil defense stuff.
You bet, Crane. Well, thanks for a very pleasant evening, Mrs. Crane.
Maybe you'll come again. Give us a ring anytime.
I'll certainly bear that in mind. This way, huh?
Yeah, this way.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, what do you make of him, Della?
Seems to have his heart in the right place.
Last 2 or 3 meetings, he's been backing me up, and good, too. Great little discourager. And all the time, he sounds like the doggondest eager beaver you ever heard.
Maybe he'd make a super American.
That's what I thought.
It's time I tipped Mr. Hector anyway. He ought to be coming here to Finnsburg for a general look-see, and that's when he can meet Peterson.
You are listening to the case of the double-crossing defender on Counterspy. Today, over most NBC stations, Cary Grant and Betsy Drake star in the premiere of a delightful newcomer to your NBC Sunday lineup, Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. It's top listening for the entire family, with Mr. and Mrs. Blandings in their troublesome dream house. Sunday also means another broadcast of The Big Show, and today your hostess Tallulah presents Fred Allen, Judy Holliday, Vaughn Monroe, and many, many more. Now, back to Counterspy.
From Peters, assignment Finnsburg to David Harding, Washington. Chief cause of civil defense difficulty here, one Steve Crane, member of apparently patriotic group called Super America Incorporated. Mrs. Crane says Chief Super American Henry Harrison Hector of Baltimore arriving here soon. Advise.
Harding to Peters. Spot check of 11 civil defense groups shows similar activity by persons belonging to Super America Incorporated and flying to Finnsburg.
Excuse me, sir, Mr. David Harding? Yes? I'm from the Finnsburg Press, Mr. Harding. I've been assigned to interview you about your trip here.
Oh, well, I don't see any other reporters, Mr.
Peterson, Mr. Harding. I guess I'm the first man here. I had an inside tip that you might be on this plane. I wonder if we could just step away from the crowd here.
Of course.
Tell me, how long do you expect to stay in our city, Mr. Harding?
Long enough to survey the civil defense organizations here.
Chief, this fellow Henry Harrison Hector is arriving in Finnsburg in a couple of days. Did you learn anything about Super America Incorporated?
Well, it describes itself as a super patriotic organization, but its literature follows the Communist Party line like one snake after another.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how's that tie in with what you know of Crane and his wife?
There are a couple of smarties, Dave. Crane gets in his dirty work by seeming to be a real eager beaver. His wife has joined up, too. She does the same, but actually they discourage people. That seems to be the idea.
Probably following a national pattern.
Well, here come reporters from the other papers. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Harding, and lots of luck to you in your stay here.
I'll be at the Riverside Hotel, Peter.
Right.
Okay, Peterson. Tell your paper to get behind this campaign to step up civil defense. So long.
And here, Mr. Hector, here's a layout of the Civil Defense Control Center.
Very complete. Steve's work?
He's good at that sort of thing. He's down there tonight doing extra volunteer work, if you know what I mean.
These are the main phone lines?
The trunks run into the basement here. Main water valve there. Main power line here, and main switch next to it.
Radio room?
Second floor. Good setup, Steve says. Modern equipment. Big control board to keep in touch with radio hams in the city in case of attack.
Medical department? Aircraft spotting room?
Third floor. Phone communications with 100 observation posts in a big ring outside the city. And, here. Director's office. This man, Blair. We have a file on him and also his staff.
Good.
Liaison with police and fire departments, public health authorities, welfare and public information. Transportation here. Big garage, trucks, and so on.
A depressingly efficient setup, Dillon.
Sure. But what good is it? Unless the civil defense people themselves are really pepped up. And they're not. Your plan has been working beautifully.
And so I've heard from many other cities. It's lucky because actually these defense setups are good. If we can only keep the people so discouraged they don't use them to the fullest advantage.
That's where I thought this man Peterson might come in. We can always use new recruits.
Have you checked on him?
No, I haven't had the time. I hoped you might from Baltimore.
He's an unknown, Della. I think we better... Would that be...
I hope so. Put away that map.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mrs. Crane. I'm afraid I'm a few minutes late.
Hello. Come on in.
Thank you.
This is Harry Peterson, and this is Mr. Henry Harrison Hector, National Chairman of Super America Incorporated.
How do you do, sir? Sit down, Mr. Peterson, and let's have a long, honest talk, shall we?
Mr. Harding, Peterson of the Finnsburg Press.
Oh, hello, Peterson.
Tonight I met the man, H.H.H.
Yes?
The scheme is to destroy civil defense morale. I gave him a lot of personal detail based on New York City, the same we've used before in similar cases.
As I understand. I'll wire New York to back you up. If H.H.H. is on the level, he'll drop you because of your supposed record as a subversive. But if he's not on the level...
We'll see. I'll check you tomorrow. Good night. Hello?
Chief, Peters. H.H.H. lost no time checking on me. It was 3 nights ago that I first met him. Tonight I had a call to meet him at the Crane's apartment.
Then he wants you in spite of your fake subversive record.
He may be our man.
Right. Well, I understand there's to be a test alert very soon. I hope we can run this down before that.
Steve, as I understand your duties at the control center, you are a guard at the main entrance.
That's right, Mr. Hector.
And Della?
Volunteer assistant at the medical center.
And our friend Peterson?
Information Center, assistant to the director.
I've been thinking, and as super Americans, we must always think ahead of everyone else. An ordinary test alert is no test at all because everyone knows it's fake. Now, what if we make this a real alert by spreading the alarm during the test that it's the real thing?
That's taking a chance, Mr. Hector.
At an appropriate moment, suddenly give a false report. Start shouting, it's the real thing, a real attack. You understand?
Brother.
There'll be a panic.
People injured and killed, Mr. Hector.
Suppose it were the real thing. People would be killed, would they not? You can't make an omelet without breaking eggs. Very well. That's all. Peterson, you leave first.
Okay. Good night, all. See you at the test, whenever it is.
I gather you got an okay report on Peterson, Mr. Hector?
Yes, from New York. Mm-hmm. He's going to be a valuable man.
I'll get it, Della.
No, never mind, Steve. Hello? Yes, Mr. Hector is right. Oh. Are you sure? Yes, I'll tell him. Thanks. Goodbye.
Huh?
That call's from New York, Mr. Hector. They checked further on Peterson. He's not all he said he was.
What?
He may be some kind of undercover agent. Oh, what a dumb mistake for us to make.
No regrets now. Steve.
Yeah?
During the test alert, see to it that Peterson is one of the people killed in the panic.
That ought to be easy. And when I... What the...
The lights are blinking.
Steve, that's the first signal for the alert. We've got 15 minutes to get to our post.
Then get going. And remember your orders.
Radio operators to your sectors in Disaster Area 4. Radio operators, Disaster Area 4. Medical Corps and ambulances to Medical Post 7 and 13. 7 and 13. Report to communications on arrival. Trucks for utilities repair. Trucks for utilities repair to the boundaries of Disaster Area 4. Turn off gas and power lines to prevent explosions. Reopen blocked sewers. Guides for injured and homeless. Stay in your vehicles till you reach rallying points. Guide injured and homeless to shelters 9, 11, and 17. 9, 11, and 17.
Everything going all right, Blair?
So far, yes, Mr. Harding, but... Oh, here's one of the men I was telling you about. The one that's always spreading discouragement.
Oh.
His name's Peterson.
Hello, Mr. Blair. Oh, Mr. Harding, can I speak to you, sir?
Yes?
I just came from meeting Hector, Chief. They're going to start a panic. That it's a real attack.
a real fifth column trick.
I'll get 17.
All right, I'll alert one of our squads outside.
Hey, listen, everybody! This is no fake attack, it's real!
That's Steve Crane following orders.
The first bomb hit the suburbs. There's nothing left of them. There's nothing we can do. Save yourselves! The next bomb will hit the middle of the city! Save yourselves!
No, wait, everybody. Stand by your posts. No matter what happens, stand by your posts.
Don't listen to that fool. Save yourselves.
Chief, that's Hector himself among the crowd. Work your way near him, Peter.
Men, women, listen to this. This is Harding, United States Counterspy. Right. Listen to Mr. Harding. Now, don't be panicked by a rumor. This is the time to prove you're well-disciplined. Don't let anyone leave this room or the building. All right, back to your post. Now, Mr. Blair, check your outpost. Right. Zone director to all spotters. Have any real bombs been dropped? Any real bombs? Not one, Mr. Harding. You see, it was a rumor, a deliberate rumor by fifth columnists trying to start a panic.
Crane was caught at the door, Mr. Harding, and here's the boss of the bunch, Henry Harrison Hector.
Well, the chief super-American himself.
Mr. Harding, you misunderstand our purpose. We wanted to make this a real test.
Well, that's too bad for you, Hector. One of your newest recruits is going to be the star witness against you and your organization. Take him away, Peter.
Come on, Hector.
Mr. Harding, I'm very grateful for your help. But are we past the danger?
Well, as long as there's danger of war, Blair, there's the danger of fifth column. And the best protection against them is vigilance and courage. You've done it here. I know every American can do it.
Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Marks B. Loeb, dramatized by Paul R. Milton, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Lionel Rico speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. In a moment, Cary Grant and Betsy Drake star in the premiere of a delightful newcomer to your NBC Sunday lineup, Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. It's top listening for the entire family with Mr. and Mrs. Blandings and their troublesome dream house. Sunday also means another one-hour production by Theater Guild on the Air. It's the delightful comedy The Fortune Hunter, starring Gene Crane and John Lund. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Nick, that's impossible.
No, Patsy. Somewhere high up in the skyscrapers of this city, a deadly killer is running wild.
I know. But how on earth are you going to track him down, Nick? It's like looking for someone in a jungle of stone and glass.
Well, at least I know whom he's picked out for his next victim.
Who?
A fellow by the name of Nick Carter.
Now, the case of the careless employees. Today's exciting Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Our story begins in the superintendent's office of the Park Window Cleaning Company, a large firm handling skyscraper contracts only. Bill Stevens, one of the company's window washers, is talking to the superintendent, Frank Marston.
I just dropped in to give you my notice, Marston. I'm quitting this coming Saturday.
What?
You heard me. I'm handing in my equipment Saturday.
Wait a minute, Bill. Take it easy. It's more money you wanted.
You couldn't pay me enough to keep me washing windows for the Park Company, Marston.
But, Bill, you've been with the company a long time.
Yeah, And I want to live a long time. I don't like all these accidents that are happening to pals of mine. Look at Ed Kelly. He fell 40 stories to the street 2 weeks ago. And then last week, Joe Drummond took a nosedive from the Embassy Hotel towers. And then only yesterday, Tim Bolin hit the bricks. Dropped 20 stories from the Exchange building. And each of them so badly smashed you could hardly identify them.
Well, sure, I know, but we're bound to have a run of bad luck now and then, Phil. Those fellas probably got a little careless.
Nuts. They were old-timers, and you know it. They knew where to put their safety belts and how to handle themselves in a high wind. The truth is, this here company is jinxed.
And what do you mean by that?
You're the superintendent. You tell me.
Oh, just because you've had a few accidents.
Marston, we've had 3 accidents in 2 weeks, and that's too many. I'm getting the jitters myself. The next thing you know, bingo, they'll pick me up off the street with a blotter.
Bill, if I were you, I'd think it over.
Think it over nothing. My mind is made up, Marston. I'm going to get myself a nice, safe job on the ground.
Oh, good morning, Patsy.
Oh, gosh, do I feel embarrassed having the boys beat me into the office.
Ah, Patsy.
What's the matter, Nick?
Leave that bunch of fruit you call a hat right where it is. We're going places.
So early in the morning.
So early in the morning. John Farron just called and asked us to go to work for him.
Farron?
Mm-hmm.
Is that Farron of Atlantic Underwriters?
That's the man. And I might remind you, his company pays us a handsome annual retainer for services rendered.
In other words, you've got yourself a case.
I have.
Well, what's it all about?
Well, Atlantic issues a special high-premium policy to window cleaners. And 3 of these insured window cleaners have fallen from skyscrapers in the last 2 weeks.
Well, what does that have to do with you?
In the first place, statistics show that no window cleaner has died by accidental fall in the past 2 years. And now, for no apparent reason, 3 of the poor devils plunged to their deaths in 2 weeks.
It could be coincidence, Nick.
Yes, it could, but I doubt that it is. Listen to this. There are only 2 big contract window cleaning companies in town. The Park Outfit and the Community Window Cleaning Corporation.
Uh-huh.
Between them, they handle millions of dollars worth of skyscraper business annually. And they're bitter rivals.
Well, who had the accidents, Park or Community? Or both?
All the accidents have happened to Park, none to Community.
I see. Of course, that could be coincidence, too.
No, I'm afraid this case has too many coincidences.
Well, what are we going to do about it, Nick? In other words, where now?
To headquarters. I want to check a few details with Mary before we really get going. So you're sure these window cleaners fell by accident, huh, Matty?
I can be absolutely sure of nothing, Nick. As far as we know, these guys just got careless, that's all.
Well, from what we understand, they were all old-timers in the window cleaning business.
Yeah, but even the best of them can make mistakes, Patsy.
Yeah.
And when they slip on a job like this, why, it's curtains. Or I should say shrouds.
Oh.
Now, what about the safety belts these cleaners are wearing, Matty?
Nick, I checked them myself. They were in perfect condition. Not a thing wrong with them.
And the bolts on the sides of the windows to which they hooked their belts?
Went over them personal, every one of them, and every window where these men were cleaning when they fell. Those bolts were in solid, Nick, not a loose one on the lot.
Well, Nick, that's that.
Why, sure, you're just wasting your time, Nick. The medical examiner looked over each of the bodies and reported death by accident, fall and violent contact.
Violent is right.
Oh, Nick, I've seen men smashed up in my time, but these fellas... we could barely identify them.
Well, nevertheless, I still can't get over the fact that these accidents happened so close together and only to the men in the park company.
Well, Nick, look, these window cleaners stepped out on a windowsill and slipped. Or they were blown off these skyscrapers by a high wind before they got their belts hooked. No, I don't know. But we're booking them as accidents, and that is that as far as we're concerned.
All right, Matty, you may be right. But until I've exhausted every possibility, I'm not going to be satisfied. Come on, Patsy.
Where are we going this time?
Uptown. I want to talk to the superintendent of the park company.
Mr. Carter, it's beyond me. I still can't figure out how they happened to fall.
Tell me, Mr. Marston, did you know any of them well?
Did I know them? Oh, see, I did. They were old-timers with our company. Came in with me when the business first started. Worked right alongside of them before I hurt my leg and took this inside job. Yeah, they were friends of mine, all right. Knew their families, too. Now...
We understand how you must feel.
Mr. Marston, these accidents, how have they affected your business?
We're taking a terrific beating, Mr. Carter.
I see.
We've already lost a couple of big accounts. The Mercantile Building and the Arcade Building canceled with us and went over to the Community Corporation. They didn't like the unfavorable publicity.
I can understand that.
And that isn't all. This losing business is only one of our troubles.
Suppose your men are quitting, huh?
They sure are, in droves. You know, window cleaners are pretty superstitious, Mr. Carter. I think our company's hoodooed.
Well, can't you get any help to replace them?
There hasn't been a man come to our employment office in 2 weeks. We've advertised in all the papers, and we haven't got a single response. Frankly, Mr. Carter, a little more of this kind of thing, and the park company's washed up. We're through.
I see. Mr. Marston, who's the man to see at your competitors, the Community Corporation?
A man named Whaley, Fred Whaley. It's a corporation with a board of directors, but he supervises operations. Why? What's he got to do with all this?
Oh, I just want to get his point of view, that's all. Come on, Patsy. Let's go see Whaley.
Look, Mr. Carter, I'm a very busy man. I don't have much time. Now, what do you want?
Miss Bowen and I are investigating those accidents over at Park on behalf of the Atlantic Underwriters.
Well, why come to me? Nothing's happened to our window cleaners. Why don't you talk to the Park people instead of coming here to waste my time?
Look here, Whaley. You don't have to tell us anything if you don't want to. But at least you can be civil.
Okay. Well, what do you want?
We don't quite understand why all the accidents seem to be happening to the Park Company alone.
Meaning what, Carter?
Meaning anything you like. Or nothing.
Look here, Carter. Are you implying we're responsible?
I'm not making any accusations, Whaley.
We just thought you might have an idea.
I haven't. I mind my own business, operating the Community Window Cleaning Corporation. What happens over at Park doesn't interest me. Is that clear?
Clear enough. But is it the truth?
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Carter. Do I understand you to insinuate that
What I'm saying is common knowledge in business circles, Whaley. Park has already lost several big skyscraper contracts to your company. If they lose a few more, they'll fold up.
Well, that's their affair. It's not mine. Though I'd be happy to see them fold up. Now, is that all?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Whaley. That's all. For now.
Beautiful.
Fresh.
Oh, now, listen, I just got carried away. You know, when you're cleaning windows on these big buildings, all you see mostly is a lot of sourpusses. But you, boy, you're the best-looking babe I've seen in any of these offices.
Oh, you really think so?
Honest, no kidding.
Well, you're not so bad yourself.
Thanks, baby. What's your name?
Mabel Lanigan.
My name is Bill Meadow.
Pleased to meet you.
Must be pretty dull working in an office like this all day, punching a typewriter.
Oh, I'll say. Sometimes I could scream. But take your job. Gee, that must take an awful lot of nerve.
Yeah, you gotta watch yourself.
Ain't you scared you'll fall someday?
Well, I never was before, but lately I've started to smarten up. In fact, I'm quitting the job tonight, and I'm going to celebrate. Hey, that gives me an idea.
What?
How about you celebrating with me?
Oh, I couldn't do that. I hardly know you.
Oh, come on, Mabel. I'm a nice guy when you get to know me. We'll go to the Blue Grotto. You know, dinner, dance. What do you say, Mabel?
Well,
I tell you what, if it'll make you feel any better, we'll make it a foursome.
Foursome?
Sure, I've got a friend. You get a friend.
Well, I got a friend who works on the floor below, on the 32nd floor. Her name's Alice Hayes. I might call her up.
I tell you what, if it's okay with her, me and my friend will meet the two of you at the entrance of this building tonight at 6 sharp. Okay?
All right.
Well, call your friend right now. I'll be washing the next window over, Mabel. And when you get through phoning, you stick your head out of the window and let me know how you make out, huh? So long, beautiful.
awful cute, Alice. Honest, he is. Huh? Oh, gosh, I don't know how tall his friend is. Yeah, sure, it's embarrassing when you're taller than the man you're with, but I'll tell you what, Alice. Hold the wire. Bill's washing the window in the next office. I'll ask him how tall his friend is. Hold on. Bill, my friend Alice wants to know how tall... Bill!
That Mr. Whaley is a nice, chatty man, Nick. Just a sweet, lovable guy if I ever saw one.
Yeah. Certainly didn't get much out of him.
If you ask me, we're on a wild goose chase. We've been running around in circles.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Nick, that ambulance just stopped where the crowd is. Must be an accident.
Yes. Let's have a look.
Right.
Hey, what happened, Bud?
What happened?
It's another window cleaner. Yeah, poor guy smashed right through the awning, right on the sidewalk. Must have jumped on the 40th floor.
Oh, Nick, it's another one of those accidents.
Oh, I see. Come on, Patsy.
Oh, but Nick, the body's over there.
I'm not interested in the body. I want to find out what office that poor devil dropped from. You say it was the office next to yours. Is that right, Miss Lanigan?
Yes, sir. He'd just finished our window, and he was working on the next one. He was just falling backward from the windowsill. Kind of.
And that's all you saw?
Yes, sir.
Nick, I think we better let Miss Lanigan go now. She isn't feeling very well.
Yes, of course. Just as soon as she tells us which office it was.
It's this one right here. It used to be rented by the Berger Woolen Mills. It's empty now.
I see. Thank you very much for your help, Miss Lanigan.
You're welcome, I'm sure.
All right, let's go in, Patsy.
Right, Nick.
Well, now, they're only an empty office, but it's just been repainted.
Yeah. Floor's still a little sticky from a fresh coat of varnish.
Hey, Patsy, look.
Look at what?
The floor.
Huh?
A very faint imprints of someone's feet on the varnish.
Nick, you're right.
Now, wait. See those little round spots beside the footprints?
Yes.
Those are undoubtedly made by the rubber tip on a cane. So the man who came into this office was lame, huh?
Does that suggest something to you, Nick?
Now, wait a minute. Hey, look. There are a number of prints at the window, too. Must have been left by the window cleaner. Apparently, he was cleaning the inside of the window when the lame man came through the door.
Nick, I still don't see what
But the window washer's pail is on the outside sill of the window.
Well, what of it?
Well, look at the window, Patsy. Look at it. It's already been washed on the outside, and the cleaner had started on the inside surface. That means the cleaner was working on the inside when he was interrupted.
Nick, if that's the case, why is the pail on the outside of the window?
Precisely, Patsy. It shouldn't be. Unless someone deliberately put it there after the window cleaner was dropped to the street.
Then this was no accident.
I'll say it wasn't. It was murder.
And now back to the case of the careless employees. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It is Monday now, and Patsy is just coming into the office after doing a job of research for Nick.
Well, Nick, I checked back on those 3 accidents that preceded Bill Meadows.
And?
And your hunch was right. Every one of those window cleaners fell from the window of an empty office.
Good going, Patsy. This proves that the murderer was someone who knew the schedules of the park company crew.
And knew them to a dotted I and a crossed T. He showed perfect timing, picking empty offices where he wouldn't be disturbed.
And his motive certainly is obvious enough. To ruin the park company, drive it out of business. Still, even with what we know, it isn't going to be easy to nail down this killer, Patsy.
Oh, I'll say it isn't. Well, there must be 100 skyscrapers in the city with thousands of windows, and heaven knows how many empty offices. And looking for this murderer is going to be even worse than trying to find a taxi on a rainy night.
Patsy?
Yes?
Did you ever wash windows?
What?
I said, did you ever wash windows?
Why, yes, of course, but I never enjoyed it. Why?
I've decided to get a window cleaning job with the park company.
Oh, Nick, for the love of Pete, have you gone mad?
No, Patsy. I've got a hunch that if I set myself up as sucker bait, the killer may look me up.
Well, how do you know where you are or what you're doing?
Oh, I'll make sure the word gets around.
Nick, you can't do it. It isn't the killer I'm worried about so much. It's the idea of you hanging on a safety strap 40 stories above the street and then suddenly... Oh, Nick.
Oh, now, Patsy, don't worry. High places don't bother me. Maybe you don't know it, but if you look in my high school yearbook, you'll see that a kid named Nick Carter was champion high diver of the swimming team.
You say my men were murdered, Carter? They didn't fall just by accident?
That's right, Marston.
Well, what makes you think that?
Well, I won't go into the details now, except to tell you I know they were murdered. And the killer is a man who uses a cane. Probably walks with a limp.
Walks with a limp? Well, that's interesting, Carter. Is there anything I can do to help you track him down?
Yes, Marston. You can give me a job, cleaning windows.
Did I hear you right, Carter? You want me to give you a what?
A job. With one of your regular crews.
Well, by all that's holy, why?
Because I have a hunch that if I'm on a window washing crew, this skyscraper killer may pay me a visit.
Oh, now look here, Carter. You're out of your mind. This is the whole idea. It's crazy. You've never had any experience. This kind of work's pretty tricky and dangerous.
I'll take the chance.
You're sure you want to do this?
I am.
Okay. It's against my better judgment, but I'll give you the job. All I can say is you be careful.
Oh, don't worry, Marston. I expect to be careful. Very careful. Now, to whom do I report?
The crew boss is Al Fredericks. You'll find him in the locker room down the hall and to the left.
Well, don't you think you better come along and introduce me?
Well, no, Carter, I think I'd better stay here. I'm up to my ears in work. You go ahead. I'll phone Al from here that I'm sending you in. Oh, one more thing.
Yes?
Shall I tell him who you really are?
Might as well. If you consider him trustworthy, I may need his cooperation later. You, Al Fredericks?
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Marston told me to report to you for work. My name is Carter, Nick Carter.
Yeah, so Marston told me over the phone just now, but I don't like it. Pretty dangerous work, especially for a green hand.
Oh, I know what I'm up against.
Okay, I'll put you on the first thing in the morning. I don't know exactly what you're up to, Carter, but let me tip you off to one thing.
Yes?
Be careful.
Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Oh, hello, Patsy.
Oh.
I'm on my lunch hour. Anything doing at the office?
No, there's nothing new. Oh, Nick, for heaven's sake, will you stop this window cleaning business and come back here to the office? I've been going crazy ever since you started work this morning.
Now, Patsy, there's no point in getting jittery.
Oh, there isn't. Well, Nick, let me tell you something. I dreamed about you last night. You were crawling up the side of a big, tall building like a human fly. And then, when you almost got to the top, a huge bird swooped down and started to attack you. You tried to fight back, but you had to hang on, and you couldn't. And then all of a sudden, you lost your grip, and... Oh, Nick. I thought I lost you.
No, Patsy, I'm doing fine so far. Don't worry.
Oh, all right, Nick. I'll try not to. Anything new?
No. But if the killer wants to look me up this afternoon, he'll find me on the 32nd floor of the Globe building. Good to get inside for a minute. Cold out there. I hope he shows up pretty soon. Getting sick of this job. you did decide to look me up, after all.
Don't turn around, Carter. Keep facing that window. And get your hands up if you don't want a bullet in your back.
Well, Nick's hunch that the skyscraper killer would finally look him up turned out to be accurate with a vengeance. We'll be back to see what happens in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of the case of the careless employees. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As we pick up our story, Nick is facing the window with his hands up while the man with the limp points a gun at his back.
I see you picked out a nice empty office as usual, Marston.
So you know me, eh, Carter?
I do.
Not that it matters much now. But how did you know?
When I first met you, you mentioned the fact that you had a bad leg.
Yeah, so I did. That was stupid of me, wasn't it?
Very. Then later, when you refused to get up from your desk and walk with me to the locker room, I was pretty sure.
Why didn't you do something about it then?
Because courts require airtight evidence before they send a man to the chair, Marston. And I wanted you to tip your own hand, the way you're doing now. I figured you'd get worried and come after me.
Yeah, you're a smart detective, Carter. But this time you've outsmarted yourself.
Have I?
You sure have. It's 32 stories to the street, Carter. You've got a one-way ticket. Down.
I suppose the community corporation's paying you off to ruin your own company.
Oh, no. Not the corporation. Just my friend Whaley. You see, Whaley gets a big bonus if community does a big business. I get a dividend. $25,000 for turning over to him $1 million worth of park business.
I see.
Now, Mr. Carter, I'm going to treat you just as I did the others. No favoritism. I'm going to tap you on the back of the head with the butt of this gun, knock you out, then I'm going to drop you out of the window. Of course, they'll never notice a little bump on your head after you hit the street. They'll call it an accident. Just an accident.
Hey, don't like water in your face, do you? Too bad. You missed, Marston. You won't get another chance. Oh!
Well, Mr. Marston, looks as if you're the one who suffered a little accident, not me. An accident that should please my friend Matty very much indeed.
Well, Nick, we grabbed Whaley at the airport. He's just trying to get a plane out of town.
Nice going, Matty.
Well, that makes 2 customers for the chair instead of 1.
Yeah. And if these 2 don't burn, I'll go back to pounding a beef.
Oh, Sergeant. Nick, there's still one thing I don't understand.
Yes?
You were facing the window, and Marston was in back of you with a gun.
Yeah, how did you get out of that spot, Nick?
Well, I had to take a long chance. I watched Marston's reflection in the window as he came toward me.
Huh?
My pail of cleaning water was beside me on the sill. When he raised his gun to crack me over the head, I flipped the pail of water right over my shoulder and into his face.
And that blinded him just long enough so you could knock him out. Well, I'll be doggone.
Nice work, Nick. That's my boss, Sergeant. If he can't wash windows with his cleaning solution, he catches murderers with it.
Accident?
NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star.
I guess any newspaper man will tell you that if you're a reporter, you have to be interested in people. You have to be interested in them to want to write about them, and you have to like people in order to want the facts about them set down straight so that they'll get a fair shake. Yes, you have to want to know about people, all right. Only sometimes a reporter finds out things he wishes he didn't know. And sometimes it's hard to go on liking people after you've found out. It was getting to be a habit, a nightmarish habit, standing beside Homicide Lieutenant Tilson at the morgue and hearing the same report. 3 times in the last 3 weeks we'd stood there, and now, number 4.
This one left choir practice, never got home.
What's her name?
Mary Sims.
Any connection between her and the other 3?
Yeah, they had a lot in common. All blonde, all about 25, all pretty, and all knifed to death.
Same old pattern.
4 young women from 4 different parts of Chicago. Their families say none of them knew each other. Maybe the killer knew him, maybe he didn't.
I don't think he did. I don't think it matters to him who he kills, just so long as he kills.
Yeah, I know. I read your column on it last night. Thanks for not asking for my head like the rest of the press has.
Well, I'd settle for your head if that'd solve anything. You don't have to be smart to catch up with a psychopath. You have to be lucky.
Well, maybe we're getting lucky. Mary Sims had a steady boyfriend. He's supposed to be out of town right now. But anyway, we can at least connect her to some guy. The other 3 didn't seem to go anywhere but the YWCA. You got everything you need from here?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, let's go out to the office. I want to check into the station.
What's this guy's name, her boyfriend?
Blake. Al Blake. We're checking on him. His landlady said he left on a business trip yesterday afternoon. Mary Sims was killed last night, around midnight, we figured. The body wasn't found until this afternoon.
When did Bug call?
That's just it. Before the other 3 murders, he's always called, said he was about to kill. He didn't call this time.
Wonder why he slipped up this time.
Because he's a screwball. It takes a screwball to do a serious killing like this. It takes one to call the police beforehand. This is Bug, he always said. This is Bug, I'm going to kill her tonight. And then he hangs up. He may be sick, like you said in your column, but in my book, he's off his base. I'll get that. City Morgue, Lieutenant Tilson. Oh, yeah, he's here. Hold on. For you, Randy.
Thank you. Hello.
Sorry, Randy. You going to languish down there at the morgue much longer?
You got a better idea?
Yeah, when's your way back to the office? I got some action going.
What kind of action?
It'll keep till you get here. Make it quick, huh?
I'll fly. Got to check into the office, Lieutenant. If you get a line on Bug or the Blake guy, let me know, will you?
Sure, Andy.
Otherwise, I'll catch up with you later. Tilson was on a spot. So was the rest of the police department. So, as a matter of fact, was all of Chicago. We've had our share of psychopaths, but this killer's pattern and method seemed somehow to show a little extra menace. Not the least of which was calling the police before committing each crime. This is Bug. I'm going to kill her tonight. Only this time, in the case of Mary Sims, he didn't call. Maybe the pattern was breaking down. Farley listened as patiently as he ever does while I told him the latest on killing number 4.
They better get a lead on this Bug, or whoever he is, or the whole city of Chicago will march in the police department.
Maybe they got a lead when they find this Al Blake guy.
If Tilson can't cut it, get him out of there. But you sit back all serene and philosophical, saying the police are doing the best they can. After all, they're dealing with a sick man.
Yeah. You said you had some action going, Farley.
Yeah, I do. You know Professor Murray Blenheim?
The psychologist? Well, I've heard of him. I've never met him.
No, he's due here now. As long as the Star's attitude in this is going to be so all-fired psychological, I decided to hire a guy who knows the field to do a series of articles.
What do you want me to do? Turn in my badge?
I want you to help him. You know the facts. He can handle the dream stuff. Ought to sell a lot of papers.
Yes, and that's what we're here for, isn't it?
If we don't sell papers, we're not here. It's that simple.
Well, as a matter of fact, I think hiring Blenheim is a pretty bright idea. I don't know how you thought of it.
Oh, you don't you? Well, let me tell you something. I didn't think of it. What do you think of that?
Well, I think that's wonderful. Who thought of it?
Blenheim himself called late this afternoon, said he thought there was a great need for the clinical scientific approach to the problem. Said people ought to know what they're up against, the kind of mind they're dealing with. Said we shouldn't attack problems of this sort emotionally. said this killer was a sick man and...
Yeah, That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, but when you say it, it sounds like bad reporting. When Blenheim says it, it's true. See the difference?
Oh, sure.
Come in.
Mr. Farley?
Yes?
I'm Professor Blenheim.
Oh, glad to meet you, Professor. This is Randy Stowe.
How do you do, Stone?
Professor Blenheim?
Well, sit down, Professor. Randy and I were just talking about you.
Blenheim was a small man, and yet you could feel the stature about him. His manner was quiet and reflective, but his mind was keen with an intellect that cut through emotion to the core of fact and truth. I told him about Mary Sims and about Bug.
And this Bug chap didn't call the police this time?
Well, it's the first break in his pattern. The police haven't heard from him since before he committed the third murder.
The fellow's insane. Why do you expect him to act in a pattern when you know right off he's insane?
Probably because he has acted in a pattern up until now, Mr. Farley. All insanity, you know, is not that of a raving maniac. How simple it would be if it were. No, Bug has behaved in a specific methodical pattern until the Mary Sims murder. I believe it is highly significant that this pattern has been broken.
Well, this Al Blake, Mary Sims' boyfriend, is the nearest thing to a direct lead the police have had.
Well, maybe this boyfriend Blake and this Bug character are the same guy. That'd make it simple.
I don't think we can plan on a simple solution, Mr. Farley. Blake is so far merely the sole suspect. He may be quite innocent. We must be as anxious to protect him if he is innocent as we are anxious to convict him if he's guilty.
Well, no one wants to convict an innocent man, but everyone seems to agree that this killer is insane.
Generally speaking, yes. But insanity is not black against white, Mr. Farley. Normalcy is an area, not a point. The line between sanity and insanity is often imperceptibly faint. So faint, unfortunately, that crimes of this nature cannot so far be prevented before they occur. Oh, by the way, Stone, I've read your column. I think it's well done. Sensitively done.
Well, thank you. I've heard comment both ways.
I hope you'll feel free to call on me any time of the day or night, Stone. I want to help any way that I can, and now I must go, gentlemen. You know where to reach me if you want me. I'm in the book.
I can expect the first article tomorrow, Professor Blenheim?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Farley. Tomorrow.
Farley left shortly after Blenheim did. I checked through some mail that had come in during the day and was about to call Tilson when he called me.
We got a line on Blake, Randy. I've sent some of the boys out to his apartment. His landlady says he came home in a hurry a while ago, left again shortly afterwards. He's running from something.
Has he been gone long this time?
Maybe half an hour. We got everybody looking for him. Broadcast his full description, his cause. We'll find him.
All right, I'll be down, Tilson, right away, and thank you for calling.
Sure. I hope this is it.
And so do I. Hello.
Is this Randy Stone?
Yeah, what?
This is Bug.
Bug?
You know who I am. You've been writing about me. All of them have. Now listen, I haven't got much time. You've got to listen.
Okay, I'm listening, only why call me?
Because if I call the police again, I'll have to talk a while. It'll give them a chance to trace the call. You tell them for me. Tell Tilson.
What'll I tell him?
Tell him I didn't kill the Sims girl. Get that? I didn't kill her.
Have you killed any of them, Bug?
Sure, the first 3. They were mine. I told the police I'd kill them. I did. But this Mary Sims, I didn't kill her. Somebody's trying to make it look like I did. You've got to tell Tilson. I didn't kill Mary Sims. The others, I had to kill. But not her.
But she was killed the same way, Bug. She was knifed. I've seen them all.
Don't argue with me. Just tell Tilson what I said. And listen, I've seen what you wrote in the paper about me. That I'm sick. Look, you don't understand. He makes me do it. It's his fault. I have to do it because he won't. Don't you see that?
Well, who is he? Who makes you do it?
You just tell Tilson what I said. Make sure you do that. And look, maybe I'll talk to you again. You be at the Copper Bar in an hour. Got that? The Copper Bar on Clark Street.
The Copper Bar on Clark Street in an hour. Okay, Bug, I'll be there.
Yeah, and listen, I'll find you wherever you are when I got something to say.
At that point, I didn't know whether Bug would show up at our rendezvous or not. I only knew that I'd talked to a man who sounded rational, a man who was indignant because someone was charging him with 4 murders, and he'd only committed 3. I found Tilson at headquarters and reported Bug's conversation with me.
What do you think, Randy?
Well, I think I'll be at the Copper Bar in half an hour from now.
Sure. We'll all be there.
He won't show up if he thinks it's a trap.
It won't look like a trap. You go inside. We'll stake out around the place. What I meant was, do you think the guy was telling the truth?
All I know is what he said. If it was Bug, and he said it was, he admitted he killed the first three. Now, why would he admit that and deny killing the fourth?
I don't know. Maybe he is telling the truth. Then again, maybe the guy you talked to wasn't Bug. And then, after that, maybe Bug and Al Blake are one and the same gent. I don't know.
How about Blake? Found him yet?
No, not yet. It's a funny thing, though. That Copper Bar place you're going to isn't far from where Blake lives. That's what I love about this whole thing. It's full of maybes, and who knows. This could be the beginning, or the end, or nowhere.
Yeah. Well, you'll be glad to know my boy Farley's got the whole thing licked. He's hired Professor Murray Blenheim to do a series of psychological studies on the crimes for the Star.
Oh, swell. Tell Blenheim to stick around. Either way this thing goes, I'll be in the market for a psychologist.
At H hour, I moved into the Copper Bar on Clark Street. Tilson and some well-placed cohorts had it covered fore and aft, and even I couldn't tell where they were when I walked in off the street and sat down at the bar. There was no one else at the bar. What people were there were at tables or in the booths or draped around the jukebox.
Oh, yeah, mister?
Bourbon, I guess. Water on the side.
Okay.
Hey, your clock there, right?
Well, just about. Yeah, it's pretty close to midnight, give or take 5 minutes. There you go.
Thank you.
You just having the one drink?
Yeah, for now. Oh, look, I might get a message here. Someone might ask for me. My name is Randy Stone.
Yeah. Oh, you already got one call.
When?
A few minutes ago. It was a guy.
What'd you say?
He just asked if you were here. I yelled your name around the joint, and I told him no one here but I think.
How about a message? You leave one?
No. Didn't leave no message.
Well, maybe that was it. Maybe I missed it. Where's your phone?
In that booth over there. Hey, maybe that's your call now.
Yeah, maybe it is. Hello? 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 Hang up on me.
Hey, what's going on out there?
Tilson.
It's okay, Randy. We got it.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Our blood banks are still badly in need of plasma and whole blood to replenish our reserve, which has been almost exhausted, according to reports from our Defense Department. As numbers of wounded continue to increase in Korea, there is a greater urgency for Americans everywhere to contribute blood. There is simply no substitute for blood in the treatment of many battle casualties. Contact your local Red Cross chapter and make an appointment to donate a pint of your blood at once. All types of blood are needed. Volunteer now and save a life. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I left the Copper Bar and its bartender in a state of shock and followed Tilson to the emergency hospital. Tilson and his men had spotted Al Blake's car on Clark Street near the bar. When he returned to the car and they approached him, he took off down the street. Tilson gave chase and winged him. I waited for Tilson to come out of Blake's room at the hospital. How is he?
He's not hurt. I caught him in the shoulder. He's scared stiff, though. Won't say a word. I don't suppose your friend Bug kept his appointment, huh?
Well, the bartender said someone called me there just before I got to the bar. Phone started ringing again about the time you drew a bead on Blake, and when I answered, whoever it was had hung up.
Proves nothing. You don't actually know it was Bug on the other end of the line before he hung up?
No, and I don't know that it wasn't. Maybe Blake's your man. That's what you think, isn't it?
That's what I hope, that's all. At this moment, about Blake, all I know is that he's running from something, and he's got a hole in his shoulder because of it.
Emergency hospital. No, just a moment. Lieutenant Tilson.
Yeah, coming. Stick around, Randy. Lieutenant Tilson. Oh, yeah, Bonnie. You did, huh? Sure. Better take him to the lab first. Is that all you found? Yeah. Yeah, I'll be here. Keep in touch. Thanks, Bunny. That was one of the guys I sent out to Blake's apartment. They just found some of his clothes in the incinerator. The spots on him look like blood.
Well, you said this could be the beginning or the end. Could be both.
Yeah. I have an idea that sending them to the lab first is a waste of time. Blake's wound so tight shut in there. I'll bet all I'd have to do is show the clothes to him and he'd crack wide open. Where are you going?
Oh, I'm going to call Blenheim. If this thing is going to break, I'd like to have him in on it, okay?
Sure. Okay with me.
Hello?
Oh, Randy Stone, Professor Blenheim.
Oh, yes, Stone.
I took you at your word to call any time of the day or night.
I meant for you to. What can I do for you?
Well, it looks like a break in the case. The police have Mary Sims' boyfriend. He hasn't talked yet, but looks like something's going to give pretty soon now. I thought maybe you'd want to be here when it happens.
Well, indeed I would, Stone. Where are you? I'll dress and catch a taxi as soon as I can.
Well, I'm at the emergency hospital not far from you. Never mind the cab. There's time. I'll come by and pick you up.
Splendid. I'll be expecting you.
I was halfway glad of a chance for a ride. It was cooler along the outer drive on the way to Blenheim's apartment, and it didn't hurt to breathe something besides the atmosphere of the city morgue and the emergency hospital. It was still the dead of night, now tattletale gray of dawn in the east. Most of Chicago was asleep. I wondered what they'd wake up to. Professor Blenheim's apartment building was one of those good addresses on the near north side. He was in the last stages of dressing when he admitted me. His apartment was as quiet and scholarly as he was.
Sit down, Stone. I won't be a moment.
Oh, thank you. Don't rush. We're not in that big a hurry.
I'll get my coat in the other room.
Mind if I look around?
Not at all. There's brandy in the decanter.
Oh, thank you, but no thanks. You do your work here?
Mm-hmm. Some of it. My work's never done, I'm afraid. There are books to write, studies to make, committees to serve on, lectures to give.
And in your free time, you volunteer to write a series of articles for the Star.
Well, there's so much work to do in my field, Stone. Psychology is not exactly a new work, but it's relatively so in the matter of public acceptance, for example. Part of my hope for this series is that out of it may come some intelligent reaction that will one day reflect in our laws.
You're really sincere about this, aren't you? Really dedicated.
Is that so surprising?
Oh, a little. Not many men would find the time or manufacture the time, whatever it is you do, to devote to the work that you believe in.
Perhaps that's why I have the time. I have nothing else to devote my time to.
But there are other things in a man's life.
In my case, Stone, there were other things. If you're interested, there is a reason. A single human reason that drives me.
Yes, I'm interested.
Her picture's there on the desk. Her name was Catherine. She was my wife.
Oh, she was very pretty.
Yes. She's been dead 5 years.
I'm sorry.
She was murdered. The man who killed her must have had the same warped mentality we're up against in this killer.
Must have had? Don't you know?
So far as I know, Catherine's killer is still at large. The crime was never solved.
Professor Blenheim, you all right?
Yes. Yes, I just felt dizzy all of a sudden.
Here, let me help you to the couch.
Oh, it's foolishness. I'm just tired, that's all.
How about you having some of the brandy?
No thanks, Tony. It'll pass. It happens sometimes when I talk about Catherine. Remember.
Now, you just take it easy. Can I get you a doctor or anything?
Oh, no. No, it isn't that important, really. Besides, we've got to be going. There's work ahead.
No. You stay here, get some rest. I'll let you know what happens with Blake.
I really want to go, Stone. I can't give in to this thing, and perhaps I can be of some value there.
Forget it. I'll call you in the morning. I've seen men kill themselves with work before, driven by all kinds of motives. It didn't seem fair somehow that a man who was obviously trying so hard to forget a great grief would, by the very nature of his work, be plunged into the middle of remembering. I wanted to tell Wilson about Blenheim, but when I got back to the emergency hospital, it all seemed a little beside the point.
I thought you were going to miss the whole thing. Blake confessed.
He killed Mary Sims?
Yeah, we showed him the clothes we found in the incinerator. That cracked it. He said she was throwing him over. She'd fallen for the choir leader or something like that. Said he tried to make it look like the other murders.
Well, that was Bug's point.
I don't know. Blake could have done them all. He says no, but you can't tell. We're going to check in the morning with the parents of the other girls to see if Blake knew any of them. Now, if anybody cares, I'm heading for the sack for a while.
Emergency hospital? Who? Wait a minute, I'll see. You Randy Stone?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a call for you.
Okay, hey, wait, will you, Tilson?
Yeah, but make it quick. I'm out on my feet.
Hello. Hello?
This is Bug.
Yeah?
I told you I'd find you when I had something to say to you.
Yes, that's right, you did. What happened to you earlier?
I was around, but I saw the stakeout. I wasn't ready to walk into the trap yet. Now listen, you've got to help me this time. Really help me.
I waved Tilson to the phone, wrote the word Bug on a slip of paper, and pushed it at him. He and the operator got busy on another line, checking the call, getting a tracer on it. I kept talking to Bug and listening.
You listening to me?
Sure I am.
You better. It's important. You know Lincoln Park?
Yeah, what about it?
The zoological gardens there? There's a big monument not far from it. Can you find it?
Yes, I can find it. Why?
Get there as soon as you can. I'll be there. I'll meet you, see? This time I'll really meet you. I've got to talk to somebody quick, you understand?
I understand. You want to meet me, I'll be there.
Make it quick. It gotta be quick. Or maybe too late. I've just seen her. If you don't meet me, I'll have to kill her, too.
Bug, don't do anything. Just go to the monument in Lincoln Park. I'll be there right away. Bug. We better get out there, Tilson. He says if I don't, he's seen a girl, he'll kill her.
Don't worry, we'll have a convention out there.
He ran out on one trap you set.
We'll take our chances. How about it, Bud? You find out where the call came from?
Yeah, it's all here in the paper. It's a phone booth outside a filling station just off Lake Shore, not far from Lincoln Park.
It's right on our way, Randy. Let's go.
Tilson put out the call, and even as we sped toward the filling station Bug called from, we knew that half the police cars on the north side were closing in on Lincoln Park. They know their business. Tilson told them how to play it. We stopped around the corner from the filling station.
Easy on the door when you get out.
You think he's standing around here waiting to get caught?
I think you're a whale of a lot better off if we can meet him here instead of the park. Come on. Just to the corner of this building now. We can see the station from here.
Yeah, I get a perfect view of a street that's empty and a station that's closed.
Yes, you're right.
Anyone for Lincoln Park?
You never made a mistake, kid. Come on.
The night was still dark when Tilson let me out at the park entrance. The black ceiling of a storm coming was fastening itself across the sky from the east. I walked up a pathway toward the zoological gardens and the monument Bug designated. My insides were knotting up tight, even though I knew there was protection somewhere behind every tree and bush in the area. I stopped at the monument and waited.
You took a long time.
Where are you, Bug?
Stay there. Stay right there. I'll talk from here.
What about the girl, Bug, the one you saw tonight?
I'm tired. You don't know how tired I am. The job's too big. I thought I could handle it, but it's too big.
You're right, Bug. You're tired. You need a rest. A long rest.
She won't stay dead. That's the trouble. If she'd just stay dead once, but she won't. I'm tired. Tired. I can't kill her anymore.
Have you killed her many times, Bug?
4 times. That ought to be enough. But she keeps coming back. I see her.
Lately, I see her all the time.
Who is she?
5 years ago was the first time. He wanted her dead, but he wouldn't kill her. He made me do it. Then he let me alone until a little while ago. She came back. 3 times she came back. And I killed her. And then tonight, I saw her again.
Who did you see?
Catherine. It's always been Catherine.
You got him, Randy?
Yeah. Let's have some light on him.
Never seen him before.
I have. It's Professor Blenheim. The schism was complete now, utter and complete. There were 2 people, really. Professor Blenheim and Bug, 2 distinct people, occupied one body. Good and evil, moral and immoral. 2 worlds pulling against each other, each fighting for supremacy. 2 worlds inside one man. That's schizophrenia. As Professor Blenheim, he couldn't accept the guilt of murdering his wife, so he had dizzy spells when he thought of Catherine. And when he gave way to them, fell finally into exhaustive sleep, Bug emerged to do all the evil Professor Blenheim could not do. Like I said, you have to want to know about people to write about them. And you have to want them to get a fair shake. Yes, and sometimes you find out things about people you wish you didn't know. But once you know, you've got to set the facts down straight. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Kathleen Height, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Professor Blenheim was played by Bill Lally. Featured were Frank Gerstle and Larry Dobkin and Ed Max. Frank Lovejoy appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of The Miracle of Our Lady of Fatima. Once again, you have heard Randy Stone searching through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. May I again point out that our blood banks are still badly in need of plasma and whole blood to replenish our reserve, which has been almost exhausted. Contact your local Red Cross chapter and make an appointment to donate a pint of your blood at once. Volunteer now and save a life. They're returning soon. Hear Fibber McGee and Molly on NBC.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Why don't you smoke the cigarette so many doctors enjoy? In a nationwide survey a few years ago, 113,597 doctors were asked, "What cigarette do you smoke, doctor?" The brand name most was Camel. It was true then, it is true now, because repeated surveys have been made. And every time, the brand named most has been Camel. Yes, these surveys show that more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Why don't you smoke the cigarette so many doctors enjoy? we bring you another transcribed adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, Mr. Diamond speaking.
Excuse me, I must have the wrong number.
Oh, is that you, Helen?
This is me, Helen.
Oh, well, I thought maybe you might be a client. How are you, dear?
Well, I'm fine, but what's wrong with you?
Wrong?
Yes, what means that Diamond Detective Agency, Mr. Diamond speaking? You usually come on the phone like Roy Rogers and his horse Trigger. How come no slogan?
Well, to tell you the truth, dear, I couldn't think of one this week. Anyway, aren't you the gal who's always after me to get some culture?
This is culture?
Ain't nothing else but. You just want a jaw if you got something important to talk about,
This is Friday, you know.
Happens every week.
Yes, but this is the Friday when if you haven't got a client by noon, we're going for a drive, remember?
By Jove, that's right.
Well, by Jove, it is now 11:43 and 15 seconds, approximately.
Sounds like someone gave you a...
What does that broken sentence mean? Client walk in?
Quiet. Don't talk so loud, dear. This one looks like he might scare easily. Good morning.
Good morning. Are you Mr. Diamond?
I am Mr. Diamond. Won't you come in?
Said the spider to the fly. I'll hang up, Rick. Call me back if you have time.
All right, dear. Bye.
Bye.
Well, come in, Mr.
Walker. Thomas Walker. I do hope I didn't interrupt your conversation, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, it wasn't important. Just my broker calling to tell me I've been wiped out. But enough of me, Mr. Walker. Let's talk about you.
Would it be all right if I sat down? I'm a little nervous this morning.
Well, you do seem a little worked up over something. Sure. Sit down, Mr. Walker. Sit down anywhere at all.
Thank you. Are you engaged, Mr. Diamond?
Well, not yet, but she's working at it. Just between the two of us, I think if I can hold off through the month of June...
Oh, no, Mr. Diamond. I meant, are you working for anyone on a caper, I believe you call them?
Oh. No. We honest and true private detectives just call them cases. As a matter of fact, you're in luck. I am at liberty to listen to your proposal. That is, if you wish to engage me.
Good. It's taken me some time to work up enough courage to come to a private detective. I don't think I could do it again.
I don't think you could either. All right, Mr. Walker, just what is it that's troubling you?
Well, I hope, Mr. Diamond, that it's nothing more than my suspicious mind. Oh, don't misunderstand me. I'm not by nature a suspicious person, but I have stumbled across something that I think should be brought to the attention of the local authorities.
Then why not bring it to the attention of the local authorities?
Well, because I'm afraid they'll laugh at me.
So you want me to go down and let them laugh at me, huh?
No. At least not right away. Not until after you confirm my suspicions or prove them ridiculous. In either event, you will know then what to do.
Well, before you lose me entirely, Mr. Walker, maybe you'd better tell me just what it is you want me to do.
I think the best thing to do is... Yes, I think that would be the best. That way they would...
Remember me, Mr. Walker?
Mr. Diamond, I want you to follow someone. Shadow him is the word I believe you use.
Shadow?
Yes. You do that type of work, don't you?
Oh, occasionally, yeah. Just who is it you want me to shadow, Mr. Walker?
Carter, I believe his name is. Joseph Carter. He must be the ringleader.
Oh? This Joseph Carter leads a ring?
Well, as I said, Mr. Diamond, these are only my suspicions. If you're going to laugh at me,
Now, take it easy, Mr. Walker. I'm just trying to get as much information from you as I can. Who is this Carter fellow, and where can I get in touch with him?
He's a chemist. At least he's supposed to be. And I don't want you to get in touch with him, Mr. Diamond. I just want you to follow him. Oh, it could be disastrous if you spoke to him about my suspicions.
Mr. Walker, you may not believe this, but I don't even know yet what your suspicions are.
And I think it would be best if I didn't tell you.
Oh.
That way you can form your own opinions about what is going on.
Mr. Walker, this is getting tougher as you go along. I don't even know where to find this Joseph Carter.
Oh, I have that all arranged, Mr. Diamond. Rather clever plan, too, if I do say so myself. Oh? You see, I'm meeting him for lunch. And he thinks we're going to talk about his wife.
By Jove, that is clever.
Yes, isn't it? Now, after lunch, that will be around 1 o'clock, I'll drop him off on the corner of First and Elm. Do you know where that is?
Uh-huh.
Good. Now, my car is a blue Essex sedan. When you see it pull around the corner, you be prepared to follow whoever steps out.
Oh, gosh, I haven't done this since the correspondence school sent me my diploma. All right, Mr. Walker, what happens then?
Then, Mr. Diamond, you stay with him night and day. You do have operators who work in shifts, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, good. Now, the important thing is to impress upon your men the seriousness of what they're doing. Under no condition are they to let him out of their sight.
Oh, that's a cinch. Couldn't you give us something a little harder, like following 4 people at the same time?
Well, no. One of them might get suspicious, Mr. Diamond, and that wouldn't do.
Oh.
Now, about your money.
Oh, yes, by all means. My fee is $100 a day in expenses, Mr. Walker. And believe me, you're going to have some...
100? Isn't that a little steep?
It's too much, Mr. Walker?
Well, no, I suppose not. I'll have to write you out a check. Will $300 be enough? That'll pay you up to Monday.
Well, yes.
By then, you will have cracked this thing. Or written me off as a suspicious old fool.
Now, Mr. Walker, think how few private detectives there would be if no one listened to their clients' suspicions.
There you are, Mr. Diamond.
Yes.
And here is my card. Both my business and home phone numbers are on it.
Oh, fine. All right, thank you. Walker Plumbing Company? You, Mr. Walker, are a plumber?
Yes. It is surprising, isn't it?
I smiled at him as he went out and then called Helen and broke the sad news. She pouted a little, I cooed a little, then we both hung up feeling very good inside. I had an hour to kill, so I decided to get a little fresh air. I was half a block from my office building when a whole ounce of imported perfume floated out of a doorway. It circled around a while and finally settled over my eyes. What I could see through the haze would have caused any airline pilot to come in for an emergency landing. And even though I don't fly myself, I put the flaps down and kind of slowed up a little.
Why, Mr. Diamond, I do believe you're stirring.
Oh, sorry. Do I know you, please?
No, Mr. Diamond, it isn't that good. Of course you know me.
Oh, I do, huh? Oh, sure. I remember now. Monte Carlo, wasn't it? Only you were a blonde then, with the moonlight behind you, making a halo for your lovely head, and I'm just ad-libbing, so get me out of this. Who are you, lady?
Sandra Browning. And it wasn't Monte Carlo. Come on, I'll buy you a drink and refresh your memory.
All right. But I hope we can cover everything in an hour. There's quite a bit of you to cover, isn't it?
Heaps. Much too much to run through in an hour. You're working on a case, then?
The luck of Ricky Diamond. Yes, Miss Browning, I am in the midst of what my client calls a caper. Go on the payroll at 1 o'clock.
I see. And, just who is your client, Ricky?
We were going to talk about you, remember?
Oh, but I'm so dull, Mr. Diamond, and you're so fascinating.
True, yes.
This place look all right?
Fine.
Intimate, isn't it, Mr. Diamond?
Say, just how well do we know each other?
Can't you tell?
Honey, right now I probably could even tell you my name. And, I'm beginning to need that drink more and more. Shall we go mingle with those strangers? Stranger? As we walked over to a table, I shook my head a few times to clear it and get out of the danger zone of the perfume. I knew I'd never seen Miss Browning before. No, not that I've led a sheltered life, but something like her only happens once, and it usually costs an awful lot of money. Money I've never had. So, naturally, the same applied to Miss Browning. So, with renewed vigor and a firm grip on my wallet, I sat down beside her.
Cozy?
Too cozy. I'm a sort of a wide-open spaces man myself, and a couple of martinis. George?
George.
Now, about you, Miss B. Where was it our paths first crossed?
No, Mr. D, I've changed my mind. I'm going to make you guess. It'll be more fun that way.
Oh, and it will also be a long winter. Now, if we're going to get anything accomplished, maybe you better start talking. An hour goes pretty fast.
What happens in an hour that's so terribly important, Mr. Diamond?
A guess.
I don't want to guess. I want you to tell me.
You know, we may run out of things to talk about in a minute now.
Not if you tell me what I want to know.
All right, so I'll take a guess. Does this case have anything to do with, say, a bank?
Well, you tell me. Does it have something to do with, say, a bank?
You're fighting me, Mr. Diamond.
Who's fighting who? All I'm trying to find out is whether...
You're going to wish, Mr. Diamond, that you had talked to me.
Well. Conversation seems to have picked up a little. But we might as well save your breath, Sandra. I ain't talking, you ain't talking.
So, if you'll excuse me, I have to make a telephone call.
All of which left me with still a half hour to kill. I paid the check and then dropped by the 5th Precinct to say hello to Walt Levinson. He was sleeping, so I tiptoed back out and headed for the corner of 1st and Elm. I'd been there about 5 minutes when a guy whose face looked vaguely familiar came up and said...
Excuse me, is this a bus stop?
No, but there's a cab stand a block down the street.
Oh, thanks. I might have stood here for 3 days.
How's that?
I saw you waiting around, so I figured it was a bus stop. Guess I'll have to take a cab now. Say, if you're waiting for one, maybe we can split the fare?
Oh, no, thanks. Funny. I'd swear you were hanging around the 5th Precinct when I came out.
Oh? How long ago?
About 15 minutes.
Well, come to think of it, it's possible that you did. I went in to pay a traffic fine. Yeah.
Is that right? Speeding, was it?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it was. Those things do happen, you know.
Oh, yes. Of course, the really interesting part about all this is that the 5th Precinct doesn't accept traffic fines.
Huh?
You have to go all the way downtown to pay them.
You're kind of a smart aleck, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Life of the party. Just give me a lampshade and a bustle, and I'm a...
Hey, what's the idea?
A car spun around the corner just as the guy shoved me. I landed in the street, but rolled over in time to see the front door open and a body come spilling out, sliding to a stop against the curb. The guy with the phony ticket hopped on the running board, and the blue Essex sedan lost itself in the uptown traffic. Now, all I could do was sit there and look at the crumbled form lying in the gutter. Mr. Thomas Walker had given me a check for $300. That was to last until Monday. For Mr. Walker, Monday was just 2 days too many.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
After all the cigarette mildness tests, including the famous 30-day Camel test, Camel leads all other brands by billions.
Here's how you can make your own 30-day Camel test. A sensible test of cigarette mildness based on steady smoking.
Smoke Camels, and Camels only for the next 30 days. In other words, go steady with Camels for 30 days. Pack after pack, week after week.
Here's what you'll find out from your own 30-day Camel test.
You'll see how rich, how flavorful Camels are, pack after pack. You'll discover how well Camels get along with your throat, week after week.
That does sound like a sensible way to judge a cigarette, doesn't it? So why not start your own 30-day Camel test tonight? It won't take you long to find out why Camel leads all other cigarettes in popularity by billions of cigarettes per year.
How mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
They abandoned the car about 4 blocks down the street, Rick. Too bad you didn't get a look at the guy behind the wheel.
Everything happened too fast, Walt.
Yeah. You feel all right now?
Yeah, just swell.
I guess the idea of all this is that somebody figured you and Walker knew too much.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense either, Rick. You said Walker wouldn't tell you a thing.
No, but he gave me $300. Between now and Monday, I'm going to try to earn it.
I could use the help. You got any idea who was gunning for him?
No, not exactly. But whoever it was kept pretty close tabs. He was followed to my office.
He tell you that? Then how do you know?
Well, indirectly, a girl named Sandra Browning did. She said something else that's kind of kicking around in the back of my head, too.
Sandra Browning. Oh, that's the brunette you told me about?
Yeah, she seemed to think Walker said something to me about a bank.
But he didn't.
No, but that's what makes it so interesting. Oh, drop me off at that drugstore, will you, Walt? I want to look up a phone number.
Sandra?
A fellow named Joseph Carter.
Who's he?
Supposed to be a chemist. Walker told me about him. Well, thanks for the lift, Fatty. If anything happens, I'll get in touch with you. Mr. Carter?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Well, I'm a private detective. May I come in? I'd like to talk to you.
You, mean about my wife, Mr.
Diamond.
Oh.
Richard Diamond. What about your wife, Mr. Carter?
Well, nothing. I merely supposed. I mean, after all, you said you were a private detective.
Oh, yes. But I don't handle divorce cases, Mr. Carter.
Oh, I see. Then what...
I just want to ask you a couple of questions about a plumber named Walker. Thomas Walker. Do you know him?
A plumber? Now, that's strange. And Mr. Walker called me on the phone this morning and asked me to meet him for lunch. He said it was important to me that I be there.
Were you?
Well, yes, I was. That is, I was at the appointed place at the proper hour, but this Mr. Walker never did make an appearance.
Oh, I see. You said this Mr. Walker. Does that mean you didn't know him?
Not to my knowledge. The voice didn't register and the name wasn't familiar. This is very interesting, Mr. Diamond. Would you like some coffee? I'll ring for the house.
No, thanks. If you didn't know Walker, Mr. Carter, why did you agree to have lunch with him?
Well, for several reasons. As I told you, he said it was important to me, and since I was going to be downtown anyway...
That isn't good enough, Mr. Carter.
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Thomas Walker was killed less than an hour ago. You say you were supposed to have lunch with him. That puts you in a suspicious position.
Yes, I see. So that's what this is about. How did you get my name, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, that isn't important. What I want to know is why you agreed to have lunch with someone you didn't even know.
Well, this Walker fellow, he said some things over the phone.
What kind of things?
About my wife. He said it would be to my advantage to meet him and discuss it. Under these circumstances, I had nothing to lose, so I agreed.
Under what circumstances?
Well, you see, Mr. Diamond, my wife and I are, well, we're drifting apart.
Mm-hmm.
She's been seen with another man, a fellow named Dave Johnson.
Dave Johnson? Who's he?
Chap I sold my shop to when I retired last month. He and...
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you had company.
Well, come in. Come in, Sandra. We were just...
No, I won't disturb you. Go right ahead with
Oh, yes. Come in.
This is my wife, Sandra. Come in, dear. Come in.
No, I'd rather not.
Oh, it's all right. I was leaving anyway. Come right in, Mrs. Carter, isn't it?
Lieutenant Levinson.
Anything break, Fatty?
No, nothing but my head. I've been doing some thinking, Rick.
Well, since you've already pulled the punchline, go ahead.
What? Oh, look, Rick. You said this Sandra Browning.
Carter. Browning's a phony.
You know, someday you're going to meet a girl that gives you a right name, and you won't know how to react. That's the trouble with guys.
As soon as you have finished the discourse, Fatty, we can get back to the plot. What have you been thinking?
Well, you said that this Miss Carter...
It's Mrs. Carter, Walt.
Will you stop that? I don't care if it's Mrs. Whipperteffer. I want to know what she said. She did say something about a bank, didn't she?
She did?
Yeah, and you said something about a guy named Joseph Carter who was a chemist.
Walt, so help me. If you tell me they're married, I'll throw this phone from here to the 5th precinct.
You do, and you'll never find out the startling news I'm about to unfold.
All right, unfold.
It's better. On the corner of First and Elm, on the very corner where you nearly met your demise, there is a bank.
That's very interesting.
You're darn tootin'. Right next door to this bank is a small shop with a sign painted on the window. Pretty good sign, too. Somebody took a lot of pains with it.
Walt,
All right. Maybe it doesn't mean anything, but the sign says Carter Chemistry Corporation.
Oh, that's what you've been thinking about.
Yeah. Only now it's even more interesting because of this Sandra Browning Carter girl. It's a definite connection.
Uh-huh. With Walker, the plumber, making the connection. Well, thanks, Walt, and, bye.
Hello.
Hello? I'm looking for Mr. Carter. Is he in?
Ain't nobody here but me, and I'm getting ready to leave.
Closing up a little early, aren't you? It's only 4 o'clock. Oh, I see you're doing a little repair work in the back of the shop there.
Yeah, I had a little explosion in here a couple of days ago.
Oh, must have ripped up a little plumbing down there close to the floor.
Yeah, we're getting it fixed up. Sorry to rush out like this, buddy. You know how it is. Friday afternoon, weekend coming up, you know.
Oh, yes, yes. Well, when you see Mr. Carter, just tell him Horace Crutchmeyer was in to see him. He'll understand.
Horace? Well, tell you the truth, Horace, Mr. Carter don't come around here no more. He's retired. Sold out everything, lock, stock, and test tube.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'll get in touch with him at home. See you.
Yeah. See ya, Horace.
You know, this could turn out kind of silly, Rick. What if they don't show up?
Oh, they'll show, Fatty. I checked the floor plan of both buildings. Got it figured they'll break through about here.
How many of them do you think there'll be?
Just 3. If they knocked off Walker because he got suspicious, they won't cut anybody else in.
Is Carter in on this, Rick? It's his chemistry shop, isn't it?
No, not anymore. He sold out to a guy named Dave Johnson. You'll meet him as soon as they blast the wall out.
And the one I'm anxious to meet is this Sandra Browning Carter. Sounds like quite a dish.
Not my type, Walt. I like him a little more tender.
What's the other guy's name, the one who shoved Walker out of the car?
Don't know yet. I met him in the shop this afternoon. Well, you'll like him, too. He's got sort of an ingrown face.
You know, you got to hand it to him, Rick. It's a pretty slick stunt they're pulling. Buying the shop next door to a bank, digging through the wall, and shit.
There they are, Walt. Maybe we'd better get over here.
Right.
What'd I tell you? Ever see anything so easy in your life?
Dave, does he have to keep talking? Can't you make
Look,
him keep
both of you knock it off and let's get busy, huh? We've only got till tomorrow morning.
Hit the lights, Rick.
Okay.
Well.
Why, you...
Now, play it smart. We don't want to carry anyone out of here.
Oh, is this the bank you were talking about, Sandra? Still not talking, huh?
She doesn't look like much to me, Rick.
Now, Walt, don't be catty. Remember, she's been a very busy girl.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that they're broken into this kind of work, I guess they won't mind it so much for the next few years.
Mm-hmm.
But, Rick? Why did Walker want you to follow Joseph Carter? He didn't have anything to do with this, did he?
No, but Walker thought he did. He tumbled to what was going on when he went in to repair the plumbing. Naturally, he figured Carter was behind it. Ain't I getting smarter as the months go by?
Uh-huh. And speaking of months going by...
Yes, dear?
It will soon be June, you know.
June? Oh, now there's a month to conjure with.
Oh, do you mean it, Rick?
Well, sure, June must be about my favorite. Let's see now. Don't I know a song with June in it?
Oh, Rick.
Let's see. June. Kind of a strange name to me, but, well, this might do it. Oh, it's a long, long while from May to December, but the days grow short when you reach September, when the autumn weather turns the leaves to flame. One hasn't got time for the waiting game. Oh, the days tumble down to a precious few. September, November, and these few precious days I'll spend with you. These precious days I'll spend with you.
Why, you faker, you. There wasn't a single June anywhere in that song.
Come to think of it, there wasn't.
You want to try again?
I guess not.
Anything else you'd rather do?
Honey, what an opening that is. Come here.
Now, that's what I've been waiting for. More?
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 Honey, stop. If this keeps up, I won't be able to hold off till June.
Dick Powell will return in just a moment.
What's America's most popular cigarette?
Camel is in the lead by billions of cigarettes per year.
One reason is Camel's rich, full flavor. A flavor no other cigarette has.
And another reason is Camel's pack after pack, week after week mildness.
Tonight, start enjoying the one cigarette America enjoys most. It's Camel, of course.
Yes, of all the cigarettes on the market today, Camel is in the lead by billions of cigarettes per year.
How mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, to bring a little extra cheer and comfort to our hospitalized servicemen and veterans, the makers of Camels send them thousands of packs of gift Camels every week. This week, the gift Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Clarksburg, West Virginia, and Miles City, Montana. U.S. Naval Hospital, Corona, California. U.S. Army Station Hospital, Carlisle Barracks, Pennsylvania. The Military Air Transport Service, which evacuates virtually all overseas wounded personnel. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Ty Cobb with music by Frank Worth. Virginia Gregg was heard as Helen Asher and Alan Reed as Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Others in the cast were Bob Griffin, Joyce Manners, Sidney Miller, and Jim Backus. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. Be sure to listen to another great Camel show, Vaughn Monroe and the Camel Caravan, every Saturday night. If you're ever asked who's the most obliging taxpayer, vote for yourself if you're a cigarette smoker, because you and 60 million others pay more than a 50% tax on the cigarettes you smoke. Yes, every time you buy a pack of cigarettes, you pay the federal government 8 cents, and most of you pay 3 or 4 cents more in state or city cigarette taxes on that pack. That means that better than half the price you pay for cigarettes goes for tax. Listen next week for another exciting adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Now stay tuned, for This Is Your FBI, followed immediately by Ozzie and Harriet over most of these stations.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, quiet down.
It's your money, come here.
Quiet down. What are you doing with those boxing gloves?
I'm going to enter the Golden Gloves tournament. I've been training.
You, a prize fighter?
Yes, I'm known as Butcher Boy Costello.
Butcher Boy Costello?
Yes, I gave my opponent a left to the heart, a right to the kidneys, a left to the chops, and a right cross to the short ribs.
And then?
He knocked me on my pot roast.
You don't even look like a fighter. Being strong is all in the mind, you know, Costello.
It is?
Sure. You have to think strong. Think of Atlas, and you'll have a shape like him. Think of Hercules, and you'll have a shape like his.
That method won't work with me, Abbott.
Why not?
I keep thinking of Rita Hayworth.
What do you think will happen to you if you got knocked around and got punched, drunk, and goofy?
I can always be a straight man like you.
Sure you can. How do you think you'd look with a cauliflower ear, a mushroom nose, and a squash face?
I'd be the only guy in Hollywood with a built-in home garden.
Costello, you're a moron.
What's that?
You're a moron.
That's enough, Abbott. One more word out of you and I'll fight.
Idiot.
That ain't the word.
Costello, you're in a class with an imbecile.
I know. Want me to help you out with your homework?
I'll get him out of here. Terrible. I never saw you looking so bad, Lou. What happened to you?
What happened?
Yeah.
You know what happened.
What?
I don't get a chance to do nothing on the show.
Oh, stop.
Oh, I went to that quiz show. Truth or coincidences? They asked me a question. When I didn't give them the answer, they hit me over the head with a crowbar and ripped my clothes off and hit me in the face with a pie and squirted dirty water all over me.
Well, that's terrible.
Yeah, but the joke was on them.
It was?
Mm-hmm. I knew the answer all the time.
You should quit hanging around quiz shows trying to win something for nothing. You ought to get yourself a job and go to work.
I tried to. I studied to be a bartender. I went to the bartender school for 2 years, and I still can't get a job.
Why not?
I can't fix a television set.
I thought so. You're just stupid. Your whole family is stupid.
Oh, how can you say that? My Uncle Mike is a very brilliant man. He invented the cotton gin, the telephone, and the steamboat.
What about Whitney, Bell, and Fulton?
Leave the Andrews sisters out of this.
What is your Uncle Mike doing now, Lou?
He's part-time lifeguard at the Del Mar Hotel swimming pool.
Are you kidding? Uncle Mike can't even swim.
That's why he's only working part-time. He had a lot of trouble with Aunt May last week.
He did?
Yeah, he got her a new set of false teeth, and he told her not to take them out. He begged her not to take them out. He pleaded with her not to take them out, but she did.
What happened?
Her head collapsed.
Well, your Aunt May is quite a woman, Lou. She raised quite a family.
Oh, yes. 3 years ago at the Patterson Fair, she won first prize for having the most little boys in one family. She had 15 little boys.
What was first prize?
A little boy.
Never mind that. Whatever happened to your Aunt May's younger sister?
Oh, she graduated from high school this year, and she's so excited she's going to Harvard.
Harvard? Harvard is a boys' school.
Yeah, that's why she's so excited.
She's going to Harvard. That's ridiculous. None of your family ever went to college.
Is that so? I'm taking a night course right now at UCLA.
Well, no, I'm glad to hear
In other words, that's UCLA.
UCLA. Well, that's right, UCLA. I'm glad to hear it, Lou. How are you making out?
Not so good. Monday night, the teacher asked each pupil to bring something that would show what they want to be when they get out of school.
Well, now, it sounds interesting.
Yeah, one guy wanted to be a policeman, so he brought a button off a policeman's uniform. One girl wanted to be a nurse, so she brought a button off a nurse's uniform. Another guy wanted to be a fireman, so he brought a button off a fireman's uniform.
And what did you bring?
Nothing.
Why not?
I wanted to be married. How are you going to get a button off of that?
You want to be married. You don't know the first thing about marriage. You don't even know what it takes to make a marriage.
I do so. It only takes two people to make a marriage.
Well, that's right.
A single girl and an anxious mother. As far as I'm concerned, marriage is a three-ring circus.
What do you mean a three-ring circus?
Well, first, the engagement ring.
Yes.
Then the wedding ring.
Yes.
And then suffering.
Oh, stop. Are you still going with that striptease dancer at the burlesque show?
Oh, sure. Every night I bring her 3 roses.
Does she wear them?
She has to. It's her custom.
What about that new girl that moved in the apartment next to you?
Well, I tell you, Abbott, I had a date with her, and she's a bachelor girl.
Well, what makes you think she's a bachelor girl?
She looks more like a bachelor than she does a girl.
How old a girl is she, Lou?
Abbott, asking a girl's age is like buying a used car.
What do you mean?
Well, you know the speedometer has been set back, but you don't know how far.
Where did you take her on the date?
Well, we went to a soda fountain and had one of those fancy dishes. You know, ice cream and bananas.
Split?
No, I paid the whole check.
Well, she doesn't sound like the kind of girl for you, Costello. Tell me, do you still date that cute little blonde from Pomona?
Oh, sure. I had a date to go horseback riding with her last night.
You did?
Yes, we rode along through the moonlight. It was beautiful. Her horse was nuzzling my horse. My horse was nuzzling her horse.
Ah, it must have been fun.
It was for the horses. My girl didn't show up. I guess she saw at me because I bought her mother a girdle, and her mother got mad, too.
Well, what size does her mother wear? Small, medium, or large?
Oh, no. Women's girdles don't come in those sizes, Abbott.
They don't?
Oh, no.
What sizes do they come in?
Large, larger, and here comes the showboat.
Hello, Uncle Bud. Hello, Uncle Louie.
It's Abbott's nephew, folks. I left orders with the doorman not to let you in. Now, how did you get past him?
I held your script under his nose and then stepped over his body.
There must be a way to keep this guy out of here. Now, I've got it. I'll hypnotize him. Come over here, Norman.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Costello. What are you going to do to him?
I'm going to hypnotize him and put him to sleep. Look me straight in the eye, Norman.
Okay.
You're going to sleep. Abba-dabba, sleep. Abba-dabba, sleep. Abba-dabba, sleep.
I think it's working, Uncle Louie.
It is?
Yeah, my abba-dabba is asleep.
Now, you lay off, Norm. He's my sister Olive's boy. And Olive's a very lovely person and a big woman in this town.
I noticed that. Your sister Olive is built like the state of Indiana.
Just what do you mean?
She has a large South Bend.
My sister Olive is a leader of society. Before she moved to Hollywood, she was the rage of Kansas City.
Your sister Olive would throw any city into a rage. She came to the right place when she came to Hollywood. She's a typical Hollywood girl.
What do you mean?
A Hollywood girl at 30 has wrinkles. At 35, she has gray hair. And at 40, she becomes a blonde and starts all over again.
Say what you want about my sister Olive, but she's a very well-educated woman. She's a college graduate. And she has a sheepskin.
I noticed that. She ought to try using Jergens lotion.
You know, you have no business ridiculing my family. Now, last week you were picking on my wife. My wife comes from one of the finest families in California. She's a Tracy.
Any relation to Dick Tracy?
Certainly not. Dick Tracy is a character in a comic book.
Your wife is no oil painting.
Hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vaughn.
Well, Viola, you certainly look lovely tonight. What is that you're wearing?
Oh, do you like it? This is my nightclub dress.
Nightclub dress?
Don't you get it, Abbott? No cover.
Oh, you look gorgeous tonight. You and I would make a lovely pair. We'd be just like a couple of lovebirds.
Would we?
Oh, I'll show you. First, I put one wing around you like this. Then I put my other wing around you like this. Then I beak up close to your beak. Then I coo softly.
Oh, what do I do?
Don't stand there, Viola. Drop a worm in his mouth.
Now, I'm serious about her. And you're not. Why, Viola, I'd bring you the moon on a silver platter.
Oh, that's wonderful, Abbott. How about you, Costello? Would you bring me the moon on a silver platter?
What do I look like, a waiter?
The moon on a silver platter is a poetic expression like they use in song.
Oh, you know I wrote a song about the moon? A very beautiful thing, too.
Oh, what's the name of it?
I call it Carolina Moon, What Are You Doing Over Glendale?
Stop, Costello. You know nothing about writing songs.
Oh, I not only write songs, I sing them. Why, when I was in kindergarten, every morning I would get up in front of the class and sing Rockabye Baby all the way through.
Oh, that was marvelous.
Yeah, there was nothing to it. I was 21 years old at the time.
You know any other songs, Costello?
Oh, every night I lay in bed and I sing an Irish lullaby.
Did that put you to sleep, Costello?
Certainly. You don't think I'd stay awake and listen to that howling, do you?
Well, I saw you last night, Costello. I saw you. You had a cat on a leash. Hey, that certainly is a funny-looking cat. Is he yours?
Yes, he's mine. He's a football cat. I call him First Down.
What do you name the cat First Down?
Every night he's got 10 yards to go.
Well, instead of being out walking a cat on a leash, a boy your age ought to be out with a girl.
Well, I like cats better. They're smarter than girls anyway.
What makes you say that cats are smarter than girls?
Well, Abbott, no matter how a girl tries, she can't wash her face with her tongue.
Pay no attention to him, Viola. Why don't you come over and see the preview of our new picture, Viola? Huh? I do some love scenes in the picture, and I want you to see my fade-out kiss.
You mean she'll see your faded-out kisser? Anyway, Viola has got a date with me.
Well, I don't think I'm going to keep it, Costello.
Why not?
Well, last Sunday he took me riding, and he insisted I wear a riding habit.
Naturally.
Monday he took me hiking, and he insisted I wear a hiking suit.
Naturally.
Tuesday he took me to dinner, and he insisted I wear a dinner gown.
Well, why are you breaking the date tonight?
Tonight he wants to take me to a birthday party.
Well, that did it. It's been a lot of fun, and it's been a beautiful evening up to now, Mabel.
Mabel? My name is Viola.
Well, whatever your name is, it's certainly been fun.
Get him out of here!
Ladies and gentlemen, Abbott and I heard a young singer in New York several weeks ago, and we liked him very much, and we brought him back to Hollywood to join our show, and here he is, and we hope you like him too, Hal Winters.
El cumba, 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 cumbanchero. A bongo, 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 bongo cero. Brigati che va sonando cumbanchero. Bongo cero che se va. Bongo cero che se va. El cumba, 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 cumbanchero. A bongo, 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 bongo cero. Brigati che va sonando cumbanchero. Bongo cero che se va. Bongo cero che se va. Sueña ritambo rickety, bum 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 ba. Y sueña ripica rickety, bum 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 ba. El cumba 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 cumbanchero, a bongo 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 cero. Rickety que va sonando cumbanchero, bongo cero que se va, bongo cero que se va. El cumba, 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 cumbanchero. A bongo, 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 bongo cero. Rickety que va sonando cumbanchero. Bongo cero que se va. Bongo cero que se va. A cumba, 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 cumbanchero. A bongo, 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 bongo cero. Rickety que va sonando cumbanchero. Bongo cero que se va. Bongo cero que se va. Sueña Signorita rickety, boom, 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 ba. E signorita rickety, boom, 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 ba. El cumba, 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 cumbanchero. A cumba, 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 cumbanchero. Rickety, cumba, sonando, cumbanchero. Bongo, cerro, que se va. Bongo, cerro, que se va.
Costello, something's got to be done about the parking conditions around this studio. Tonight I couldn't see a parking space in front of the studio, in back of the studio, or even across the street from the studio.
Could be worse.
What do you mean?
Yeah, but suppose you had a car.
Yeah. Well, never mind that. Did your Uncle Mike drive you down here tonight?
No, my Uncle Mike just took his California driver's test today. You should have seen him. He got in a car with the inspector, backed into a truck, bumped into a streetcar, and then he crashed into a stone wall.
Did he pass?
We won't know till next Wednesday.
Why not?
That's the day the inspector gets out of the hospital.
Did your Uncle Mike go to see his favorite program, What's Doing, Ladies?
Yes, and there was a line in front of that studio 2 blocks long.
Never mind that. How did he like What's Doing, Ladies?
I don't know. By the time he got in, they were through doing it.
I don't know. You know, your Uncle Mike is an ignoramus. He ought to get himself an education.
Yes, he's got one, Abbott. Why, 10 years ago, Uncle Mike was a garbage collector without an education. Then he went to night school and he graduated. And what a difference that made in him.
What is he now?
A garbage collector with an education.
Well, never mind him, Costello. What is your Sam Shovel detective story for tonight?
It's a fascinating case, Abbott. I call it the case of the Curbstone murder, or Gertie, get out of the gutter. And let the water go by.
Sounds intriguing. Let's get on with the case.
Yeah, let's do that.
And now the makers of Smudge Pot cigarettes present the further adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective. But first, a word about our product, Smudge Pot cigarettes. Smudge Pots are the only cigarettes that contain no nicotine, no harmful tars, no tobacco. These cigarettes are made only from the finest domestic and Turkish towel. And remember our slogan, Smudge Pots are the only cigarettes that contain alum. Our slogan is, pucker while you puff. Now go to your cigar store tonight. They will give you a package of Smudge Pots for nothing. The package has no sharp edges. Take them home and throw them in your dresser. What a cigarette. So free. So easy on the drawers. And now to the adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel, Private Detective. I'm sitting in my little office looking at my new office safe. This time I got a real office safe. When I go home at night, I lock my office in it. I see a piece of string around my finger. Suddenly I remember what it's for. It's to remind me to take the string off my finger. I reach in my pocket for my tobacco. There's a big hole in my pocket. That's the last time I'll buy chewing tobacco. It always shoots a hole in my pocket. This detective racket is plenty tough. You've got to work in all kinds of weather. Just listen to that wind howling outside.
I'll give you that if you'll give me this.
I'll give you this if you give me that. It's a trade wind. It was such a nice night as this that I was called to solve the famous farmyard murder. A fiendish farmer had cut off his hired man's head. He hid it in the alfalfa. What a tough case. It was like finding a noodle in a haystack. I decide to shave. I lather my face. The razor hums through my whiskers.
St. Louis woman with all her diamond rings.
I always use Gillette Blues blades. I decided to dial up a little in case a client should come in. I put on my swallowtail coat. I take it off. Seems silly for a man my age to wear a coat made of swallowtail. I noticed the headline in the morning paper. The country is in a strange position. On the next page it says eggs are going up. Chickens must be in a strange position, too. Suddenly the phone rings. Hello? Yes, this is Sam Shovel, the detective. Somebody that wants me to handle a case. Yes? No. No, I can't work that cheap. No, you know my prize. What's that? 5,000? Okay, I'll take the case. Right, 5,000. But remember, all Tootsie Rolls, no jelly beans. I thought of my friend, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad. I might get him to help me on this case. Some people think Lieutenant Abbott has a screw loose in his head, but I know different. I tightened that screw in his head only yesterday. One thing I will say for Lieutenant Abbott, he knows his onions. He can walk in any vegetable store and say, that's an onion. But he's a real cop. Abbott don't know the meaning of the word intimidation. And that's only one of a million words you don't know the meaning of. Hello, Sam Shovel. It's my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad.
Sam, I'd like to leave my new cowhide briefcase in your office.
That's a pretty briefcase, Lieutenant.
Yeah, it's genuine cowhide. Open it.
Moo.
The cow is still hiding in it.
There's a picture of your wife in it, too. She looks kind of different in this picture.
It's her hair. She's wearing a page boy. Don't she look nice?
It's hard to tell. The page boy's feet are hanging down over her face.
Enough of this nonsense, Sam. The cops caught an old friend of yours last night. Shirley, the shoplifter.
Beautiful Shirley, the shoplifter. I once trailed her through a department store, through the shoe department, through the jewelry department, the furniture department, then I caught her in men's underwear.
This is serious, Sam. Shirley is in the prison hospital. She's unconscious. She keeps moaning, Perry. Perry! Perry!
You must be in the state of Como.
Sam, if you want to see Shirley alive, we better get over to the hospital at once. Let's go.
We arrived at the hospital. We were walking down the corridor. I was reading the signs on the door. Dr. Kildare, surgery, back in 10 minutes. Dr. Nichols, surgery, back in 15 minutes. Dr. Condon, perjury, back in 20 years.
Sam, here comes the doctor that's taking care of Shirley the shoplifter.
He looks like a phony to me.
I heard that, young man. I'll have you know that I've operated on over 300 patients, and I never lost a single one of them.
You didn't?
No, I know where each one of them is buried.
Doctor, can we go in and see Shirley now?
Yes, but don't stay too long, please. The patient must not have too much excitement.
Why not?
How do I know? All the radio doctors say that. My goodness. Aren't you Sam Shovel, the detective?
That's me.
Man, from the looks of you, you need medical attention. Shovel, if you'll come here tomorrow between 2 and 4 or between 6 and 8. Remember, between 2 and 4 or 6 and 8, I'll examine your head.
Why can't I come between 4 and 6?
That's when they're examining my head.
Come on, Sam Shovel. Here's Shirley's room.
Oh, poor Shirley, my poor Shirley.
Sir, who are you? And what are you doing here?
I'm Shirley's father. She's in the next room. She's got appendicitis. None of the doctors will operate on her. I'm afraid she'll die.
Cheer up, friend. I will operate on Shirley.
You? I thought you were a detective.
Before I became a detective, I was known as young Dr. Shovel.
Are you sure you can do it, Sam?
Am I sure I can do it? Certainly. I'll skin out to the car and get my satchel of surgical instruments.
Thank goodness he's got his satchel. She's right in there, Sam.
Here I go. Has anybody got a hammer?
Here's a hammer.
Thanks. Anybody got a chisel?
Here's a chisel.
Anybody got a blowtorch?
Wait a minute, Sam. Sam, hammer, chisel, blowtorch. What are you doing to Shirley?
What, Shirley? First, I got to open my satchel.
Costello, with Sam Shovel, you were really digging them up tonight. Get it? Shovel, digging them up? It's a joke, son. I dug up a joke.
Yes, and you'd better bury it again. Abbott, let's leave the jokes to our writer.
You mean we got writers?
Oh, he's only kidding, folks. He knows our writing staff. We're headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Len Stern.
And I know that our producer is Charles Vanda.
That's pretty good for Abbott, folks, when you consider Vanda's only been on the show 2 years.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time to another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.